Cheers all. Hey up, and a good evening to you, legend. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I decided that rather than stressing over things I could not fix, that I would pour a glass of affordable wine and stream one of my favourite games to date. One of the literal best video games about video games. Okay, that's funny. You're going to pause time travelled past me to catch live me. That's fascinating. And a dreamer, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? Oh. Yeah. Actually, forgive the quick break in music. I'm just gonna pop a little tweet live. Yeah, see, I'm actually announcing. Kakazi, good evening. Bright Karma, hello, hello. It is indeed a very late Watto. It is indeed Longship After Dark. Although not in the regards that we've talked about doing in the past. I considered putting on the main game for... sorry, put the tunes back. The main game for Longship After Dark, which is Little Misfortune. But I couldn't face... Even though it's super bleak humour, I couldn't face the super bleak element. So, sorry, Dreamer, Potionomics is the one with the gorgeous animation, right? Not the one where you have, like, the very interactive UI. God, see, I keep forgetting clever terms. Because I've been playing the one-handed survival horror game a whole lot. And it's not a diegetic game, but the UI is also the mechanics of it. And I keep forgetting what the right word is for that. And Hookshot, this is an odd evening. Welcome to Longship After Dark. I was stressing about stuff and things, and I decided rather than sit here, achieve nothing, and stress, that I would pop on one of my favourite games of all time. If you haven't seen The Magic Circle, you're in for a treat. I'm not going to do the usual hour of wafflemancy, but I'll let peeps get on in. A Hookshot, I'm looking forward to it. I really am. And hell, I might be relying on aforementioned hugs and the ilk. So yeah, this is just going to be a lovely evening treat. Expect phenomenal performances. Expect one of the most real deconstructions of video games. If you haven't seen The Magic Circle already, and if you have, then you know why this is weirdly a comfort game. And Catastros, welcome to Longship After Dark. Yeah, I was getting a bit stressy spaghetti, and I decided, no, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to stress. I shall pour some wine, pop on one of my favourite games, and talk to all you lot. And as we well know, time is relative, and the Longship's ability to have terrible sleep patterns is well documented across the board. But yeah, means I get to chat to you all a little bit, and there we go. No, Sam, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And also, thank you to everybody that showed up for Fiona's birthday stream earlier. That was a lot of fun. But no, without being a drama llama, as you know, that is not my business. An old, troublesome bad word of an individual from my past has reared their ugly head once more, and for so far as I can tell, will be attending GDC. And I haven't quite decided how I feel about that, you know? But there's nothing to be doing right now. There's nothing to be doing this evening. But you know what I can do? Show you all a bloody good game, or re-experience it with those of you that have seen it before. Like, The Magic Circle didn't do as well as the Beginner's Guide. And I think that might be due to its length, and it might be due to the fact that it points the finger not at any specific individuals in the industry, but at archetypes that are very real. And I don't think those archetypes appreciated being called out very directly. So if you haven't seen this, Magic Circle is incredible. We play the role of a brand new tester who has joined this incredibly long-awaited sequel to like one of the seminal games of the 90s, right? And this game has been hyped, it has been kickstarted. You join the team and you see, this is going very poorly. The conflict of this title is between Ish, a Richard Garriott-esque creative lead of the studio, as both his vision and life are spiraling out of control. A jaded ex-esports producer whose likeness is being held under contract, so they are unable to quit the project unless they are fired. Or the game ships. And Ish hiring his biggest fan, this incredibly enthusiastic young'un, to be their newest designer. And I've encountered all of these individuals, not Richard Garriott directly, but the creative visionary who's like supposedly a super genius. I've encountered all of these individuals in the games industry, and this shit is so real. This is also the game from Question that predates the Blackout Club. So, yeah. But the thing about this one is that it didn't have as simple a through line as the Beginner's Guide, and it also asks you to play a game rather than just experience. The gameplay of this is all about taking behaviors from one NPC and putting them into another to solve puzzles, but we'll get to that in a second. And Alnus, good morning to you. Oh, welcome to Longship After Dark. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, I figure I'll give this just another few minutes, see if Moobot... Is it Moobot we're using? Meebot? No, we killed Meebot because Meebot was all about NFTs. One of our robots alerts the rest of the early morning crew or the late nighters. Dinobot, that's it. Some sort of robot that we're working with. But yeah, I hope you're all doing splendid. Like I said, to everybody that came by for Fiona's birthday stream earlier, feckin' thank you. Mainly because I had a blast. I know it's a selfish thing to say that I had a great time on somebody else's birthday stream, but I managed to win 2 rounds of Jackbox. 2. And then I was mercilessly crushed at the trivia game. So yeah, there's also that. And Catastrophe, yes. One of the gentlemen that worked on the Stanley Parable was the lead creative for the Beginner's Guide. And also, some people took the message of the game very literally, so it created a little bit of controversy around it. If you weren't aware of this, or weren't aware of the Beginner's Guide, I'll just do a little framing. The Beginner's Guide is another game about video games. Our host takes us through the works of a creative individual by the name of Coda, and they're primarily Source Engine made weird art house indie games. And it evolves into this discussion about like essentially the two halves of being a creative. On the one hand, the need for approval, the need for acclaim, the need for people to see your work and to be seen, and the other being the want to create, the want not to be perceived and to make things for the sake of making them, and how these two sides of an artist are in conflict. But the Beginner's Guide is poised as one person talking to another. Some people took it literally and asked to boycott the game because they thought that an individual had taken someone else's work without their permission and was selling it on Steam. That obviously wasn't the case, and all of those people apologized. The thing was, the Beginner's Guide was done incredibly well, so I don't blame any of those people for getting into it. But, I also feel that Question didn't really do a great job of flexing their pedigree when they release the Magic Circle, but in the same breath, you know, it isn't about any one person, especially a game which is about how a big old creative can be an arse. But yeah, I hope you're all doing splendid today, friends. I really do. Oh, I should say, I'm not doing badly. I probably could have stood to have gotten more productive things done today, but that's about it. Alnus, it's not far off. It's not far off. I mean, no one was killing each other or themselves, so it doesn't quite hit War of the Worlds level, but yeah, a few people did take it literally. Also, one of the characters is called Davy, as in, oh god, why am I forgetting Davy's surname? But Davy was one of the individuals that, you know, made the Stanley Parable. I believe he made the original mod solo, and then when the commercial version is when he started bringing people on board, but it's late. My memory is fuzzy. It was David Rendon. I mean, Moose, that's one of the great crimes since last GDC, is I actually spoke to Davey about introducing him to all of you lot, and it just was one of those things that fell through the cracks last year. Oh yeah, no, Bright Karma. The important thing was Fiona's birthday. God. So, the paycheck from Twitch came in finally, so I wasn't able to pick up anything for Fiona ahead of time, but probably not as subtly as I like to think it was, but I managed to sneak out the house earlier today while Fiona was getting set up, and I stuck my face outside. I'm like, oh, it's quite chilly, so I put my hoodie on, put my coat on, march up to the store to pick up, you know, some birthday flowers, you know. Well, actually, I specifically found some outdoor plants that are also flowers. That's not the story. I didn't realise it was bloody warm outside, so I show up to buy some plants, and I'm just sweating buckets. I pick up the flowers, but they're quite bulky, so I have to like carry them under on my arm like a box. By the time I make it to the supermarket, just to pick up some antacids for the baby boy. Yeah, he has to have antacids, otherwise he's sick on himself. His tummy's not happy. I know. Don't worry, that's vet approved. Anyway, I'm going to go pick up the antacids, and I am standing in front of all the different, like, tummy drugs. Freddy's trying to work out which one. I'm juggling the plant with one hand, I'm checking my phone with the other, and I realise that a member of staff and a security guard are just fucking following me. Because obviously, I've walked in with a plant, looking probably gaunt and just dripping sweat. That was my little story from today. Oh yeah, and Catastros jumping back. It wasn't necessarily Twitter being Twitter as much as it was some individuals who read the text at its immediate and took it as literal. And at the time I laughed at those people, I will admit, but since then, you know, I've come to look at it as a lot of the power of the beginner's guide, you know. Whereas the Magic Circle is more of an actual game at its core. But also the characters and the situation, the story is so much more real. Like, I'll give you a little spoiler for this game. The final boss battle is a live E3 stage demo. That's the final boss. Although there's kind of a prologue element which is very fascinating, and one of the most interesting, but we won't get to that this evening. Like, you know, you've got me for a couple hours as I get my sanity back on. Anyway, I don't don't know if Dinobot's going to do its thing, but you right, River? But we should get started. Oh yeah, and Moose, that's a very good point. The beginner's guide is definitely a work where the context of its creation is vital to its understanding. That's true. And I'm trying to remember what that thing is. It's like the rule of parody, is that no parody, no matter how obvious, is beyond someone taking it literally. And I think sometimes games that talk about people in a real way can have the same kind of problem. Anyway, should we get this started? Lest this music put me into a nice, happy little snooze. It's fun. It'll be a fun little surprise for the West Coast, Best Coast lot tomorrow, being like, wait, where did that extra VOD come from? I mean, I'm sorry we're not playing Rain World, but I just realised that, one, Rain World's going to have me gripping my controller white knuckle style, but also I didn't want peeps who've been looking forward to it to miss it, so I was like, feck it, let's do something special. So, without further ado, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce to all of you the Magic Circle. Again, the Magic Circle again. Again, the Magic Circle.
My old man used to take off his wedding ring and sort of flick it into a spin. I remember being scared to blink, like, what if he loses it? Would he lose Mom? Would he lose me? So, that's our cold open. Just a ring, twirling over black. Will it stand or fall? And then, as Starfather, I speak. Once, Starfather stood alone before the circle. Within it, he placed everything. First breath, final gasp, love, loathing, you. By his will, circle became ring. By his hand, earth parted from sky. But even he could not foresee the coming of Ava Nadir. Okay, I'm trying to record here, and you're making that face again.
The player can skip this, right?
Oh, yes. The story is only my life's work, but by all means, skip to the last page. Shall I leave it blank, so you have somewhere to doodle?
Ish, you were married, right? You and your wife ever dress up? You know, role play.
Maze.
Thought so. And in that little scene, did you all find yourselves in burning need of a narrator? No. The meaning lives and dies in the act.
Someone's never been in love.
It's just a game. Shut up and let them play.
People, just use this take for now. I'll redo it tomorrow. We end on Through the Ring, and fade up as the hero awakens.
God, I love that intro. One thing that I have only noticed on this playthrough is on the opening it says Mum's sword, ? And then immediately underneath in the notes is how do we stop the player from killing Mum? Also, puzzles have been crossed out, and the only thing that they have on the to-do board is the art review pass before E4. Sorry, not E3, E4. Yeah, spot on, Moose. Examined Electronic Entertainment Expo. And also, like, check out their placeholder textures on people and stuff like that. And it is the same bloke that does Dr. Venture, doing an incredible job. There's also, like, if we're going into detail, so notice the hand reaching up there, and notice it's the wedding ring finger that is missing. Like, this isn't a game with subtext. This is a creative desperately putting the highs and lows of his life into his work. At times, unabashedly. Take sword. Yay! Temp. Father's sword. Hero. My father. No. Father to us all.
Hold. Hold, please. So, who are you? A new playtester? Well, let me save you some time. Today, I push the buttons.
Ish, we are not changing this part again.
20 years, Maze. 20 years I've wasted writing about the almighty player. But who is the player anyway? They're like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Genocide. They demand a world full of deep, compelling characters, yet at any time, they reserve the right to turn said people into piles of gently glowing ash. Well, what possible story could survive these conditions?
It's a murder mystery now? Everyone's dead. Who could do such a thing? Oh yeah, me.
Look! Look at our hero. A lonely mute who can't even lower their killing hand. Matricide is just how they say hi.
Your story needs Mom to live, so I have to cut all weapons out of the game? Negative. Fire me.
Never.
Sorry, bro. Long story. No choice.
And good evening, Lizzie. How goes it?
All right, what was next?
I do like that particular scene because it is one of the realest conversations that I have heard designers
May,
talk
shall we
about
continue?
multiple times. But they'd never say to a player's face, yet here we are.
Now, we don't have any animations yet, but I can make do. Hero. The demoness, Ava Nadir, has stolen my ring. She alone now commands life and death. Something.
Ish. The company is broke. The last Kickbacker campaign raised less money than that joke fund demanding to have you caned by the state.
That was you trying to get fired. Even now, I struggle to hold the sky aloft.
Never proven. Point is, we can't raise a penny more without a live gameplay demo.
Yes, I'm writing the demo script as we speak. Wit must be your sword, and virtue your shield. Now go, hero. Take back the circle.
He actually goes with his voice. And I love the anims. Like, they're just holding an asset and jingling it around. But yeah, Lizzie, how are you doing, friend? I decided rather than sitting around and stressing about GDC...
No,
Nope.
that song is better for a boss fight. What else do we have?
Oh, lovely. Okay, Eric Last, lead level designer, escape. I don't know which one of your artists did it, but putting an elementary lock way above the door means like 100% of testers just spin in place, clutching the keys, looking for a hole, and cursing the game's
No, still
designers.
not quite right.
I have news for you. All the glorious detail you put into treetops and vaulted ceilings, not a mortal soul has ever seen them. Repeat after me. The player never, ever looks up. Fix it. I mean, it is a well commented upon scenario. Cloud Realm quests. Status incomplete for now. Just cheat and spawn the air key. Cool. Just chuck it on up there. I'm sorry, but no, there's definitely... Kitten Poker, yeah, the hint is to look up. But no, it's a well commented on fact, like, it's almost impossible to get players, especially ones who are careening around, to look up. Anytime that a game has prompted you to do that, it has usually been through something sneaky. We're almost conditioned, especially in first-person or fantasy games, to be looking down, because down is where goodies are. Up is where nothing is. There's nothing up. Also, hello and welcome. I've played this multiple times, so don't worry about spoilers or anything. Well, okay, I've finished my glass of wine, but I'll probably get that in a second. But I decided, rather than stressing tonight, I was going to play one of my favourite games and talk about it. And obviously hang out with all of the lovely miscreants around you in chat. Moose, I would be very curious to know about users looking up in VR. Ice Peaks quest status, same deal, just spawn the bloody key. Yeah, there's two things that don't look up. Dogs and players. Excuse me. Life Jungle Quest, whatever. Spawn key, there you go, don't worry about it. Yeah, but how are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? I would copyright Dear Lizzie and indulge of the evening's Devil's Lettuce, but unfortunately it tends to leave me just super lethargic the following day. And tomorrow we're playing the rematch of King of the Castle, so...
And then 8 to 12 hours later, I am Ava Nadir. Then we release the Hellhounds. Oh.
Oh, let me just see if... Ah, there we go, subtitles. Sorry about that, friends. I always forget.
Wait, but we just cut combat, so,
We? Oh no. I'm deleting the endgame bridge so the team knows we're blocked by your decision. I want to ship this thing. That's the contract I signed. You stole 10 years of my life.
We don't own you, just the rights to your celebrity name and face. And if you quit, I use it like so. My real name is Maze Evelyn. Once I was a hotshot pro gamer, but now I teach yoga. I'm also legally married to a crystal formation.
You're holding my brand hostage? Okay-ish. Okay. I'll stay on until the demo, but wait till I tell you my new idea for the endgame.
Threats don't sink in anymore, Maze. Try reading some of my fan mail. Now I need to review the final cinematic. Alone. Thank you.
Hero, you are trapped. My minions will destroy you. No,
Yeah.
I have been defeated.
I designed that fight to be hard, not unwinnable. But with no weapons, it might as well be a, cutscene. Thanks, Ish. But there's a bug I haven't fixed. Your body was erased, but it hangs around, taking up memory. You can still move if you want to finish testing.
Actually, now I think about it, I don't know who plays Maze. I should really look into that. You have been deleted, aka ghosted. While ghosted, you can interact with other ghostly objects. This becomes kind of a superpower later. Oh yes, and Lizzie, I have eaten. I'm not quaffing wine on an empty stomach at midnight. What, Bright Comma? It's only spooky horror if you consider us to be a developer's worst nightmare. Second only to Milestones.
I need to rewrite this too. Something like, even weaponless, the champion defeated Nadir, for they had selflessly offered up their firstborn son to Starfather.
To become a new god. I like it.
Ah, hello. Coda, right? Maze's community intern. Why are you here?
Love, sir. Your work is the great love of my life.
Coda?
Don't panic. I won't ask you to sign any body parts. But I have literally grown up waiting for the sequel, and I will help finish it.
Did you rehearse this?
Many times, but hear me out. It might interest you to know that you make video games for a living. That should be an act of love. But after 20 years, well, love is not some mystic, inexhaustible force. It's a fuel. Projects like this run on it. And sir, with respect, your tank is dry. You think I sound young, but purpose trumps experience, and you know it. This upcoming demo, I won't sleep until it's perfect. The magic circle has come too far to run empty now. It will reach everyone. And if necessary, sir, I'll burn for it.
Coda? Ignore whatever May's told you. Now you're hired.
Let me guess. You're thinking, that's it? Did I miss the punchline? And you're right, boss. This world is a joke. And I need you to finish it.
What's this? Pro mode? I wonder what this could be. Oh, sorry, one of my favorite reveals. So we've seen this as the introduction, right? We've seen this as the title screen, and then we're given pro mode, and then this happens. Yeah! We're inside one of the eyeballs. Fucking love that. Yep, sorry about that.
The gods of this world don't know you, boss, but they're scared of what you might do. They have to treat you like some reptile with a credit card who can't stay awake without watching something die. But we both know you can quit this world at any time.
Yep.
I can't. I'm trapped here, and I need your help. Hope that's enough.
Oh, and Lizzie, you're absolutely fine for this one. You do not have to worry. This is not a Pony Island-esque. If anything, we are essentially like... We are the bug in the system on this one.
Welcome back.
And there we are.
By now, you
Hidden
can see
spawn
that the
point.
gods will never finish this world, boss. Hell, they can't even decide on the color of the sky. To fix it, we gotta start by breaking you.
I don't know, and this, the thing is, like, this is only scary if you are... Oh, and I do like that. That the music is the raw recording from the studio, complete with people's comments. Oh, Joel. What? Go to bed. Oh. I thought he was like, go to bed. I was like, I'm trying. I'm working on it. Good night. Oh, Lizzie says bye, Fee. And Lizzie, I will pass on your additional happy birthday.
The rest of the strings, here we go. Just sit under there, sit under there.
When the gods screw up in the act of creation, that life ends up in the cracks. This is one such crack.
Just the violin, there we go. So close. Let's try that one more.
Put more, yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
more, yeah.
But yeah, Lizzie, unless you have to deliver a AAA video game in the next 5 minutes, this isn't going to give you Pony Island vibes, so do not worry. We have full damage, do we? Sorry, this is my dumbass trying to remember all of like the little hidden secrets and stuff. There's actually still some achievements I don't have for this game. I keep meaning to go back and get them all, but, you know, grand ideas and all that. Nailed it in one. Nailed it in one.
Oh, damn it. Will, I need to go to bed. Stop tempting me to stay up.
I
have
never
work
promised.
tomorrow.
I never promised I was a good influence. I certainly never promised I would help any of you keep a good sleeping pattern. Although, if I do end up being the background noise to people getting decent sleep, I'll be very happy about that. Just stick your hand in. What's the worst that can happen? It's RT to place a circle trap on the ground.
Before the gods made the world, everything
River,
looked
you're okay.
like that. Just a big circle of nothing.
Yeah, legend. Hands are supposed to do that. Not all the time.
The
Sometimes.
trick is to stare into it and see anything else. Now, when you make your own circle, it's like ripping a black hole in theirs. Trap something inside, and it ain't never
knows
the
who I am.
same again. Good. Now, if you see something that looks kind of ghostified,
fearless.
it
Thank you
means
for
the
that, sorry.
gods unmade it. It takes life to bring it back.
No, I'd seriously feel it's like, thank you for that. It's fucking cool of you. The crux of this game is kind of what it's showing you here, that you pull life force from varying places. You use that to then kind of empower and reconstruct parts of this world.
Hold. Okay, intern. Ish trusts you. Your new job is to convince him that you should build our big gameplay demo. First, convince me.
I'm nervous. Your work is sort of the great love of my life. But speaking of Starfather, see this rando down here? Pretend this is Ish. Do I score any points with you if I just...
Hey! No! 0 points. First up, that was a live play tester. You just changed the world for everyone.
Say that again.
And second, that love crap? Clumsy. Button up your blouse. I don't need to see your soul, okay? That tester heard you. Hold up. This bridge was cut. And this zone isn't even ready for playtest. Who or what was that? I need intel.
Same time tomorrow?
See, boss? With them around, fixing this world ain't an option. I call them sky bastards. But they ain't got the know-how to close the cracks. So now your life is gonna flow right back in there. And then, payback.
We have been ghosted. Tap LT to reclaim your life. But no, Fearless, if you'll
Now, the gods' biggest weakness is the past. If we dig up something shameful enough, they'll crowd around it, pointing fingers, guaranteed. Then we jump out and ghost the sky bastard. Maybe even get inside it. And then, well, the gods claim that they hold up the sky. But I say, knock it down. Don't you want to see what's behind it?
I just wanted to say, Fearless, like, thank you for sending that through. Everything happened so much, and I did forget to say a proper thank you. That is not okay, so I do apologise. I had to delete the bridge. Sorry, Eric. But Ish decided it was too advanced for the primitives in this area. I know it breaks connectivity, but since you guys haven't actually implemented any quests here, I figured it's not a big deal. If there's a problem, we can put a giant pink brick or something in until we get a proper primitive bit. What do you think that means? Like sticks? Whatever, let me know. Filling in ghosts costs life. Ah, yes. Slowly remembering this game at the same time mechanically. Oh. But yeah, I think that's the other thing is sometimes games can be too, I don't say too complex, but like this evening will be either the fourth or fifth time that I have played the Magic Circle, and of those, like 3 of those playthroughs have been with an audience, and even now I'm still noticing stuff. So, creature trapped. Okay.
Good. You found a way inside that monster's head. Like all the god's ideas, he's only half a joke. All punchline. No setup. Think you can finish it?
Okay.
You can't use a creature's powers yourself, but you can stitch them on to anything else. Mix and match body parts to get the job done.
This is you. You are so darn special.
That'll work. Now he knows that hunting you is a sucker's game.
So the TLDR is that this is the crux of what we'll be doing throughout most of the game. Is we encounter enemies, NPCs, etc., and we edit their behaviors. So what I'm doing with this like basic kind of like pseudo wolf creature is I've changed his behaviors to say that his enemies were the hero and nothing. Now he's not mad at anything. However, his ally is now me.
Guard dog, huh? Smart. But if he lifts a leg on you, I may get my first laugh in years.
Moose, if you set the enemy to itself, it will see any other wolves as enemies. But I'll just set it to the hero for now. It can be picked up. True. And here's where it gets interesting. See, the wolf attacks with melee, but we can remove that.
Yanking out his teeth, huh? Well, congrats. Now you're equally impotent.
However, you'll notice in my inventory I have nothing and melee 1. That means if I find any other object, I can make it attack in a melee combat style. And in terms of his movement...
Yeah. Pulling off his legs will work as long as you don't go near him.
So yeah, now he is friendly.
See? Trap it with the circle, rewrite the rules it lives by. Anything a creature can do, you can yank that part out and stitch it into one of your pets.
So now we have this strange little cutie patootie that doesn't really do anything. Because he's already friendly, I don't have to trap him. But let's give him his movement back, because otherwise it's just weird. He's a friendly little slug. And yeah, now he will follow us. But what if... Actually, hang on. There we go. Now, do we want a mushroom for a friend or a dog for a friend? Because right now, this particular mushroom will teach us the way of the wizard. Mushrooms can't move, they can't attack, but they know what a wizard is. So we can tell the wolf, fuck up that wizard's day. Now, for right now, I'm going to take all its behaviours, and I'm going to let it so we can pick it up. So, we just go, hey, mushroom. Throw this over here, and hoover us up some more life force. And this is the crux of the actual gameplay section of it. Oh, sorry, to jump into the mushroom. Yeah. Dog friend, mushroom food. I think we have to do, I guess, a little bit of everything at this point. So let's go around for starters.
See, I watch the gods. I collect their voices as evidence. But they ain't free, so I have to spread them out, hidden in random objects like this. Sorry about that.
Ah.
Coda, do you think I'm too old to use a search engine?
Sir?
I was too quick to trust you.
Greetings, streamers. After this latest delay, all I can say is Ishgilder is no longer the Starfather I once worshipped.
Wait! That is the passion of a fan. Maybe the fan. In my family, it's a toss-up who has the more anticipated sequel. You or Jesus.
Coda, it's just a game.
Not to me.
Ah, correct answer. Correct. Now sit here, read through the entire script, and then render unto me some piercing insights. Or you can start another stream with this. Greetings, streamers. Just got fired by a has-been god.
Yep. Looks to the left, the upgrades to this creature, but be careful, upgrades are permanent. Ah, yes. So here, if we need to turn someone into like a super duper beefcake, we absolutely can. And yeah, Lizzie, like, this shit's very real. You know, Ish is insecure and petty, but also sees himself as kind of like this, benevolent, benevolent teacher full of wisdom.
Ladies, this is not the demo area.
The intern is, practicing. I was reminding her that any color scheme must be approved by you.
Coda can use any color she wants. In fact, Coda, come with me. Bring your opinions.
I'm honored, my lord.
Okay, I like that, but maybe don't ever do it.
I've got to avoid the sky bastards.
Now, you might wonder why you're doing all the dirty jobs. Part of the reason is I'm in a jail of sorts and had to learn to work this world in less direct ways. But mainly it's 'cause I'm lazy. Feels good, you know, admitting it.
Do you know the weird thing? I am struggling to remember who the old pro is overall. I can't remember if there is a specific, bug or a specific overhang from previous versions. It's probably because it's late evening. I know we're only in the first hour of our little adventure, but I might go pour myself another glass of wine as we take our mushroom friend with us. But yeah, I do not remember who specifically the old pro is.
This next time just a little quieter. Sorry for that.
And I don't know what it is about just leaving the little like musician notes in this that makes it so good. Alright, let me, I'll get the old pro talking and I'll go pour myself a little glass of wine.
I guess you were supposed to live out a fairy tale, born to end some war when your sword got big enough. But the gods would have had to agree on all your powers, so you get none. But look around. Every creature here was abandoned by the gods. Let them be your fists. Your fangs.
Thank you all for waiting. We're on to the Chateau de Cardboard. Oh, well, I think the Crux has probably already head to bed. Bright Karma, go get some sleep, friend. Like I said, I'm only here for a little bit, and I figured that this was the game I wanted to spend some time hanging out with you all. You know why? Okay, this is why I'm playing this tonight. This is a good reminder of both the good and bad of video games. Hey Ness, you're right, it is midnight, but I couldn't sleep. I was having a bit of pre-GDC stress, and I decided rather than stressing about things I couldn't fix, that I would play one of my favourite games about game development. Because it is a good reminder that the people who make games are flawed humans. And actually, Danny, I haven't reached out to Chet. It'd be good to catch up with him. Shit. For those who don't know, so Chet Falazak has been fucking great to me my entire career, and I will always hold him in the highest esteem. Not just because he's an incredible writer, but because he's always been good to me. Basically, when I was a green bean, fresh-faced individual, before I was even formally a community manager, and I was just an person who worked in the testing fields, and worked with communities sometimes. I think technically I was an embedded tester at that point. I met Chet at an industry party at EGX, at Birmingham NEC, the after party, and he didn't know me from anyone, and he was absolutely lovely. And this is at the height of Left 4 Dead Portal success. And whether I've been with a big tech company, whether I've just been, hi, I'm Will, punk indie nonsense merchant who streams for a living, Chet has always treated me really well, and for that he has earned my loyalty. I've just been waiting until the Anacrusis has the next chapter, because I did find that our little squad wasn't the best people to show off the same content repeated. And Ness, I hope you're doing well. Now, Ness, have you seen this? Because if not, this is a wonderful game to play. Again, pre-GDC, because it is all about, it's all about flawed creatives. Here we go. Oh, okay, so Ness, I'll give you the quick TLDR. The Magic Circle is about the sequel to the legendary game from the 90s, complete with a Richard Garriott-esque lead creative, but instead of being called Lord British, he's Starfather. But in the 20 years he's been making and remaking this game, he's released nothing. Deadlines are coming, something's got to come out, and you are playing a brand new playtester in this world. and you see all of its previous versions, its faults, its flaws. And the main dynamic is between three characters: the front-facing creative lead, the ex-esports pro producer, and the intern turned designer who is a super fan. Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right, Legend. Twitch
Maze, can
compression.
we talk about the motion cameras? These headsets. Given what what you're asking me to accomplish, it's risky to speak freely into so many mics.
Yeah, you learn to unsee them. The whole office is wired up. Everything you do or say here is considered content that we own, in case it's genius.
It is. So, that's why you have to get fired. Contractually, the company cedes control of your likeness, your voice.
But if I just quit before we ship, haha, they keep the rights. Anyway, don't sweat the mics. At TMC, assume the spectrum runs from total indifference to total incompetence. Nobody actually checks the recordings. And my plan gets me fired before they come into play.
Alright. Oh, and so, Ness, this is the main crux of the game. It's more of a puzzle game. So when you start out, it's a traditional swords and sorcery affair. You are, air quotes, the hero. With your mother's dying breath, she gives you your father's sword, yada yada yada. Then, the opening cutscene is interrupted by the lead creative, who goes in a rant about how there's no... the players steal all of his ideas. That the players want to simultaneously be told an incredible, engaging story, but also have the freedom to kill whoever they want. That no story could survive that. So he cuts combat for the whole game in a small tantrum. Throughout the rest of the game, you edit and modify the behaviors of NPCs to solve puzzles. So right now, we're looking at one of these howlers, these traditional bulls. They are a melee attack type and a ground type. And right now, they'll kick my ass. But all I gotta do is change their behaviors so that they can be picked up when needs by. And oh look! The hero. Can I do the hero and howler? No, just the hero. Okay. Now, when we pop one out, this little guy's like my little best friend. Now I've got two puppies.
Bigger, here we go, a little bigger.
Also, if you listen, you can hear the musicians talking through their process while they're doing the score. It's phenomenal. Yeah, and here's the thing, Nessa, if it's not frame-shaped, you make it frame-shaped. But we definitely need more. Also, if you'll forgive me a little bit of spoilerage, because it's still worth playing through. The final battle, the final boss level, is a faux E3 stage demo. And I still think that is one of the... hang on. I still think that one's one of the coolest things.
That's what you look like, boss.
Yep.
The gods' plan was there'd be more than one of you heroes. But they canned that idea again, so now this thing is kind of stillborn. Maybe crack it open, see what happens.
And for those of you who haven't seen it, that kind of pill shape is the default for a lot of game engines. That's what you look like when you're playing a first-person game. Smallest Waffle, I hate that I'm blanking on the performers' names. That VO is called the Old Pro, and I'm struggling to remember the Old Pro's origins in the story. But their goal was to see you take this place apart. Right, face the wheel and hold A to activate heavy door with boss. Yeah, in Catastrophes, it does sound like they're making progress. I love the opening when you come to, and you're just they're slowly reconstructing this orchestral... Oh!
Ooh, yeah. That stupid cinematic is glitched again. You're stuck behind widescreen bars until you hard quit. Tell you what, though. As a gesture of good faith, I'll just break you out of story jail. There. Now imagine being stuck in that cutscene for 10 actual years. That's my life here. When my gameplay's too rough for his story Bible, Ish tears the controls right out of my hands. But I think you can help me get fired. I'm guessing you hacked in. Good. This game is broken, right? So exploit it. Abuse it. Make it chase you on a leash. I'll be watching.
And that's Maze. Oh, so Legend says the old Plo is played by Stephen Russell. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to remember if there's something I'm supposed to be doing with you. There we go. Fun with subtext. Stephen Russell, is that Mr. Garriott Thief? Because that would make sense. One of the things we talked about at the beginning is that this game didn't get the same kind of attention as the beginner's guide. And part of that was essentially the game dev team let the game speak for itself. They didn't flex their credentials. And, I mean, you've all met Null by this point, who's worked on so many massive games. Which is where I believe that... He's the dog from Skyrim? Yeah, which is why I assume he was involved. Hello, River. You're okay. What's wrong? That wasn't actually the dog from Skyrim, that was River. What's up? You alright?
So, the fort in the forest. The hero has managed to elude the savage Howler pack, right?
Minus any weapons.
But here he is, that they are an intelligent race, caged for generations by the villagers. The predatory
What are you
behavior
doing
now is a
Will?
rebellion.
River, you're
Sort of
fine.
my animal
Between a
farm
second
take on the
stop.
slave trade.
Oh man, if I tell you how dumb you sound, will you be too embarrassed to fire me?
Maze, please.
Look at the actual human population of your fantasy world. Want Coda to do a little diversity census on the whiteboard? Or, you know, just leave it blank?
Oh. Coda, please tell the art guys that we need to talk about the townsfolk. Until then, let's revert to placeholder skins, please.
I love that. So, Star, obviously, thank you for 21 months. I'm up late because I was stressing about GDC stuff, and I decided that rather than worry about the things I cannot change, that I would spend some time hanging out with you all, stream a little natter about one of my favourite video games about video games, which is the Magic Circle. And also, this is a good reminder of kind of like the human side of game creation. So, yeah. The TLDR is essentially someone I know who is a bona fide bad word. Is going to be at GDC, and I'm trying not to stress about it. Because I don't think there's anything to be doing. But it's... I'm just not a fan of mushrooms. Oh. But I can pick them up so I can knock them around. Okay, one thing I will say is, so, look, regular mushroom? Alright, I need you... Oh, you haven't got any attacks. Oh, lovely. Don't worry, friends. I'm going to put this growler back in just a second. Okay, so now the growler's got no feedies and no teethers. So now, we edit the mushroom. Mushroom now moves by ground. And attacks with melee. So now we have... Fight Mushroom. Sup, Fight Mushroom. Anyway, you get nothing. I give life and I take it away. But yeah, so Nessa, Star, like, how are you both doing? It's going to be feckin' cool to hang out with you all in a couple of days. And aside from my little bout of stress this evening, I'm really looking forward to it. Yep, the mushroom has teeth. Wait till you see what we can do with bricks. Placeholder art. Summon all edited allies by holding down and right. Hang on. First things first. Let's get that back. And then puppies. What? I've got to take my puppies with me.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Why is the mushroom violent? Why is the will awake? Inquiring ghosts wish to know. Also you.
I mean, friends, I'm usually awake at these hours. It's just I'm not usually streaming for you, because usually I've spent 7 hours hanging out with you. Oh, Star's still finishing their talk. I'm looking forward to being able to at least see the preview. Fearless Sun was very kind and hooked me up with an expo pass, but sadly, unless yours is one that's sponsored, I won't be able to see it IRL, which is frustrating. And, yo, have you all seen the feckin' cost of GDC tickets this year? Like, expo tickets will be about $200, like, on the door. It's ridiculous. And that's just expo. I wouldn't be able to see your talks for, like, less than, like, $500-600. Okay, you know what? There is another point, and I'm not justifying the prices, but I kind of just, I heard myself talk there and realised that, hi, my name's What I've Got, and I'm stupidly privileged because I know you, Nessa, and I know you, Star, and so many great people who do talks. You know, I'm lucky enough that I get to kind of chat with you and pick your brains on stuff anyway, and sometimes I have to kind of slap myself on the wrist and remind myself of that. Oh, in case it wasn't obvious, we've broken into...
This is my world. Told you I was old.
We've broken into a super duper whooper early build inside the title.
In my day, the gods were cocky. Figured they could handle more than one hero. See that elevator door? It won't open for just you. I can help you trick it, though, maybe. Find me in Hibernetics.
Hibernetics is the other way, so this is... Get some interesting stuff here. Corpse discovered! Yay! So the corpse has no abilities, but if we can find some movement, we can turn this into moving corpse. And Star, I will be more than happy to be your stunt audience. I mean, and Star, worst case, if weather sucks, then we just squat up with brollies and own the gardens. Hibernetics. Can't go through barracks. Well, so Alice, that's the other thing that the Magic Circle does so well, is that yes, this is like a very, very early FPS styly title, you know, and yet it really does feel authentic. Oh yes, and if we wanted to faff around, we could also name all of the corpses in the game. But what I love about this is, and I've encountered this in some games, not many, but in some games where the original is, for all intents and purposes, still hiding underneath the core title, just with some of the, sorry Cyberrat, just with some of the details missing. I am Cyberrat, take all behaviors, sorry Cyberrat, but I'm going to make it so I can pick you up. What? I'm going to keep the puppies with us. And then... I'll tell you what, we'll make it so that Corpse can come with us for now. Corpse can be our little walking storage unit. And Corpse is now our friend. Hanging out with my friend Corpse. He's a zombie monster.
If the gods ever finished my story, I was supposed to wake up here. But the hibernation pod is sealed. I can't open it from inside. Think you can spring me? If it's alive in this world, everything it does is a word of God. Fly or fall, fight or fuck, they burned that word into its head and said, go. You want to take on the Sky Bastard? You gotta trap their creations, tear the powers out of them, and stitch them back together your way.
One thing that I do like is one of the core puzzles of the early game is how do you kill the unkillable? And I don't mean in like a whimsical fantasy manner. Like, how do you, as just a regular player, kill someone who literally has like admin powers?
Going on 20 years I've been stuck in here, waiting for the gods. When I got bored, I reached out into the system to learn the ropes and to look for someone like you. This arm implant was meant for my world, but it should help you boss your pets around. Find a way to take my arms with you. I'll come along for the ride.
Sorry friends, I should have explained that whole little bit better. This was meant to be a character creation screen at some point throughout the world, but they never made a female or femme-presenting body type. They only made a male body type, which is very, very common early in development because men. So what you do to solve this puzzle is you swap it to the unfinished model and then just take the arms.
Hey, now I can talk your ear off from inside your head. Plus, your new set of arms should help you con that scanner at the elevator. It wants a second hero, but my guess is anyone will do.
Yes, Alice, I mean, that's the exact reason sarcasm turned up to 11. Might have made a big mistake. There we go. And yes, now we do get to hear Mr. Russell whenever we want. It's lovely. But no, my feck up there was I was trying to remember how to do that previous puzzle, and all I did was just send the poor puppies to get electrified by a wall. Oh, River, you're okay. Hello. What do you want? Do you want bedtime? Is that what you want? Friends, will you bear with me just a second? Sorry. Drag you all out here in the wee hours. I'll be back in just a moment. sorry about this, friends. I'm going to need to beg your forgiveness for a couple more minutes. I'm just going to take River outside. I think she's having a bad time, but I'll be back in just a sec, alright? Sorry about that, friends. If you ever wondered why I'm so exhausted in the mornings, it is not uncommon for be looking after the weans till this hour, you know. Oh, so what were we talking about before? I think I was talking about how I've encountered a lot of projects where the old projects are still left hanging around in some way, shape, or form.
I knew it. They
It's
were
absolutely
too
not
lazy to make that scanner look for something specific.
Oh yeah, and Star. River gets what River needs.
I had this world near to fixed, despite the gods. Then they scrap the whole damn thing and start over with the magic frickin' kingdom up there. Now I know. They ain't never gonna finish. It's a big loop. And you and me, we were born to break it.
Don't worry about using your pets. They'll find you. Alright. I need to steal you. Doorbot! Hello, Doorbot. So Doorbot comes with a lightning rod as a special ability. Lovely. I'm going to take that. Well, now that was rude. Did you kids see who attacked me there? Did you see what's going on? Oh. Oh, man. One of my howlers got attacked. Well, that's just rude. Well, congratulations. You are now Lightning Howler. And Sturdy Kiwi, a good evening to you. How goes it? I'm having a putz about on the... Oh, that was it. Oh, God. Amos has just been violently sick, so please excuse me. I guess you're getting an insight into why I look so fucking haggard in the mornings. And I'm back. Again. Hello. Sorry, where were we? I think I was just saying hello to Sturdy Kiwi. How goes it? So, to recap, River needed to go out at 1:45 a.m. And not long after that, Amos just vomited everything. What's it they say? The glamorous life of dog ownership, right? But yes, whatever clever points I had about this particular section of the game are now completely gone. However...
See, if creation is a language, you want to be the slang. Take what the gods made and give it a filthy new truth.
The only thing I wanted to add was just continuously finding the old prose conversation to be the most fascinating, because he simultaneously holds all the creators in this world to be gods, which, you know, if you want to be strict to the letter of the law, now game creation really kind of is, you know. The old pro says it much better than I at the beginning, but when starting to make a world, you must look at nothingness and begin to carve from there. You know, it's a weird thing to think about, but like a Unity instance with nothing in it is essentially blank creation. Anyway, these are the ish commentary lines from back in the 90s. It's kind of fascinating.
10 years. We've all aged 10 years hitting beta. We're down to minor fixes. So as project director, the most valuable thing I can do now is to record, you guessed it, creator commentary. But first, scotch. Indulge me in a toast to the team. The sad tale of the space station Limina and its fateful encounter with the Circle is all of our baby. Here's to you.
I also, one of the things that I do like, and I don't know whether we would call this a trope or just a statement of fact, is because Ish is not a very good writer, he uses a lot of, I don't say cheap techniques, but calling the space station Limina, the fact that the MacGuffin of this world is literally called the Magic Circle, that simultaneously shows us, you know, how Ish was put on a pedestal regardless of his ability. And how he's almost kind of trapped by it. Like, this isn't a parody. He isn't Darth Marenghi's Dark Place. And I know somebody's making the joke earlier about, I know writers that use subtext, and they're all cowards, which is a great line. But Ish isn't that. You know, he's not dumb, but he's also not the genius that he's heralded to be, and he's kind of going to be forever trapped by that, you know? Here we go. It's the developer commentary stuff I'm looking for, because what's so fascinating is that this is one of those projects where they had it nearly finished and then decided, yeah, nah. Which doesn't happen very frequently these days, or at least we don't hear about it. AAA projects are now so carefully planned and so carefully managed that it's very rare the team gets to go, no, start over. And when it happens in the indie space, it's kind of, I don't want to say survivor bias, but we just don't hear those stories. But there was a time. I know you all know this, but, you know, I'm having a glass of wine and reminiscing about our great, you know, Duke Nukem Forevers and, you know, our Tabula Rasas and so on and so forth. Alice, there's a very good point as well, that he wants to be the master auteur. He wants to be the person that people think he is, but the world's moved on. He's changed. And especially when we start getting into what happened in his personal life and how that really kind of broke him. Yeah. It's kind of fascinating.
So the original text adventure only briefly touched on the distant future at the end. Back then, I just wrote whatever I wanted you to imagine. And were shocked when you paid me so well. So it may have surprised you to begin on a space station. And I recognize that compared to the original, this time, your hero was a little more anti. Anyway, for all his faults, I hope the pro found a way under your skin.
Ha! There is also another little note there about how a lot of the individuals from back in the day just kind of wrote and created whatever they felt. In some regards, I feel kind of, I don't want to say guilty, that's the wrong word. I feel, I don't know, sorry is the wrong. Like, imagine you're doing a, let's be honest, woefully underpaid job. Where's the switch? Go around. You know, you're doing a woefully underpaid job inside an established studio, and you decide to just bundle in some wild nonsense at the end of your thing, like to be continued or a space ending. And you had no idea that what you were working on was going to become the seminal works of an IP. You know, imagine, alright? Imagine if the dog ending to Silent Hill had to suddenly be treated with absolute seriousness and sincerity. How did a Shiba Inu engineer all the events of Silent Hill? Why were they there? How did they control and see everything? What are their goals and their motives? Like, imagine that as a project. Hey! Hanging out with Late Night Dan Jones. I'm talking about the video games. I was just saying, imagine if you had to create a sequel to Silent Hill that took the dog ending dead seriously. Also, at this hour with Longship After Dark, I cannot... Oh, shit! Well, Gamblord, Watto and welcome as well. I'll be honest with you, friends, I did not expect to suddenly have, let me just do the math in my head, 100 people join me for Will Drinks Wine and talks about old video games instead of stressing about GDC. So, fucking hello all of you. You were doing Elden Ring co-op rando. Does that mean you were doing random builds or just random enemies and layouts of the world? And honestly, so Dan, I only just started like an hour and change ago. It was Fiona's birthday today, and so I was like, I kind of wanted to be a part of that rather than stream at the same time. And, you know, once we got all the dogs vaguely settled, it would turn out that River would need to go out again and that Amos would need to vomit on everything. But I decided that, you know what, I wasn't going to stress tonight. I was going to pour a glass of wine, went out into a glass of wine too, and just, I don't know, spend some time with a nice game. And to all of Gamblords and DJs lot, just to give you a quick primer, this is the Magic Circle, and it is one of the greatest video games about video games to be ever made. Oh, Bryce, that's feckin' lovely of you, and I will pass that on. But no, that sounds feckin' cool. Gamblord, I am so sorry if we have digi-met before. I am very fried this evening, so if we have met, lovely to see you, and if we haven't, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. But no, DJ, that sounds feckin' cool. I know I'm the last one to the party, but we just finished a rerun of Bloodborne this Saturday. Also, I don't want to flex or anything, it's rare I get to brag. Because, friends, if you haven't seen DJ play Bloodborne, it's like watching a fucking pianist at work. It's like watching a master musician. I saw Dan tank the fucking, the first proper boss with just his fists before death. That was an event. Anyway, so my little claim to fame at the moment, Dan, is I managed to do Father, not Gregory, Germund. Gerhard? Creepy guy in a wheelchair and the moon presence back to back in one single shot. Like, no pause, no break, first try. Now, I'd fought them before, so it's not like I can really pat myself on the back, but yeah. Yeah, that was my little claim to fame. And actually, it's inspired me to go back and start looking into potentially getting the platinum trophy for Bloodborne because I've never done that. And looking at it, all I've got to do is finish. Yeah, all I've got to do is finish the Chalice dungeons and get the other 2 endings, and that's it. Like, I've done all the hard stuff. So now it's just a...
Coda, you are not capturing video of this. This is not the plan.
The fans deserve to see the truth. Someone brought the old sci-fi version back, and now we know. It was finished, and you both canceled it.
Ish cut multiplayer. I didn't want my name on it. Plus, Coda, that was years ago. Focus on the demo. You sold Ish on giving me a sword to satisfy action fans. Now make his avatar mortal. I kill Starfather, the crowd laughs at Ish, and at last, he fires me.
No. Maze Evelyn, you rose from the fan community, but you have forgotten us. And before we fire you, you will atone. Just check your mail.
What effective immediately all likeness rights? Ish signed my brand over to you?
Never even asked why. We are your only way out now. After this is done, we have a new demo plan for you. Till then, stay in your room and think about what you've done. We still love you.
Spicy.
We just expected more.
You brought back my world and drew the bastard in, boss. But it's using cheats. So those old whirlybirds up there will act like it's bodyguards. Now you need a plan to deal with all 3. I know for sure you ain't got the parts you need yet. Could take a while. Go find them.
Why is everybody awake so late? Welcome to Longship After Dark. We now have 80 people watching me play one of the artiest games about video games. Fuck it, yo! Night Valen, thank you for bringing your lot in. I will say, until you lot came in, we had like, 20 people all just quietly chilling. Now it's very loud. But yeah, so Night Valen, what were you playing? What were you up to, friend? Night Valen, I'm doing good. I was stressing about some GDC stuff, but honestly, it's, nothing that can't be solved. But I decided that rather than sit around and be very stressed about things I cannot change, that I would stream one of my favourite little games. And okay, there's the whirlybirds. And as I mentioned earlier, like, this is definitely a very, very good game to sit down and spend some time with before being in the space, So, I guess, so for Naru Hoodie and people who may have just joined us, so there are 3 characters interacting in this space. One is Ish. Ish was a breakaway, was a breakaway success creative back in the 90s who made a particular game that captured the world by storm. And he's been working on his seminal sequel for the last 20 years. They've burnt through Kickstarters, publisher monies, the whole shebang, and now they have to release. You play a playtester brought in on this who is essentially put slap bang in the middle of this and given the tools to break it. The other characters are Maze, an ex-pro gamer who's hired as a creative producer, who's locked into a contract with their likeness rights, and Coda, who was a community fan brought on as an intern, turned brand new designer. I'd love to tell you that there has never been a case in the industry where someone who is a fan, who says very nice things to the lead creative, that there has never been a case where those people have been brought on and given positions of power despite their lack of knowledgeability or understanding. That's never happened. Well, so Gideon, that's why this game is one of the greats about game dev, is because, yeah, these aren't based on any one person. Ish is a little bit every front-facing creative. He's a little bit Richard Garriott in terms of being a character as well as a person. He's a little bit of the auteur that we see with a lot of creatives. He's a fascinating mix of the above. And that makes him hauntingly human. Lots of pets. You use this one to easily cycle between them. I didn't pick up enough moves. I think we've only still got, yeah, our little squad of puppies. Oh, no, Bryce, you'll get some sleep. I don't know if DJ is still with us, but if not, like, thank him for bringing over a massive raid. And yeah, to those of you who have just joined us, welcome to some arty-farty Wednesday night wino nonsense. Don't worry, their enemies are nothing. And their friend is me, hanging out with new best friends. So many puppies. Alright, so here we go. Her head's all smiled.
Well, read my script. Thoughts?
It's a little safe. In Act 3, when Starfather returns from the dead, it feels cheap because nothing has changed. Respectfully, we've already solved this in fanfic.
That's a porn thing, isn't it? And I don't go in for that kind of...
Starfather should come back as a woman, for he hath known the shape of man and woman both. Your words.
This is surreal. You people know my world better than I do.
Oh, Anessa,
And if you
sleep
run
well,
into a
and to be
story
continued,
problem, I
right?
can start a forum argument about it. They won't even know they're working for you, Starfather.
Tell me more about your dark art, my child.
Now, as I'm sure we're all aware, there's no way that anything bad could come from purely listening to someone who is a fan of your work. No, there's no way that would end poorly. Would it? He said, his voice thick like sarcastic Marmite. Alright, I'm heading back into here so we can check out a few more of the early devlogs.
Now, boss, maybe you see a problem and your solution don't seem clean enough. Like maybe the gods wanted you to do something else. Something perfect. Fuck that. Chasing perfect is what got them into this mess. If your way does the job, it's more right than they'll ever be.
And that is not something that has ever been said by a programmer ever in video game creation history. Oh, wait. Puppies. Thank you.
Hope you ain't expecting actual magic, 'cause all this, just a cheap trick. And under that, a cheaper one, all the way down. The magic comes from outside the circle, like you.
And I do love how it's not afraid to just tell you in certain regards. But yeah, so Alnus, weaponizing the community in that manner, there's a lot I can't talk about in stuff like this, as I'm sure you're aware. But I can give you a famous hyperbole example, which was 22 Cans. Now, if you're unaware, 22 Cans was the game development studio that Peter Molyneux set up after he left Xbox. For those who don't know his path, he was one of the OG Bullfrog founders, left EA to found Lionhead, and then while he was at Lionhead, he joined Xbox corporate, essentially. Yeah, Artsy Poe, it's so real, and this is why I come back to this game, you know. 22 Cans had a very, very troubled everything. Their initial product was a thing called the Cube, which was promised to have a world-changing prize at the center that only one person would get. That turned out to be that person would be a character in their next game, Goddess, which was not a success. I'm being very quick and very charitable with this description. Yes, null pointer, curiosity. This Goddess went very poorly, very poorly. Teammates left. There was a lot of negative critique from both the industry and from fans who had been promised this grand experience. And so, towards the end, they hired fans to work at 22 Cans, and one of the most honestly just like not funny, cringeworthy, but just upsetting assets put out was a fan interviewing Molyneux and one of the Goddess team, and they were just brutal. And the thing was, this fan was their new, I believe, community manager that they just hired. It was a bad time. It was a very bad time.
Obviously, we owe an immense debt to the Clarkian First Contact stories. I mean, you've played it by now, but I can't help pitching. An object nicknamed the Magic Circle appears in space, in a universe danger close to heat death, okay? But the brave souls who volunteer to suit up and pass through the circle come back dead, but wearing this beatific grin. Classic. I mean, if you aren't tingly right now, you have no soul.
I will say, just as a complete aside, the gentleman that plays Ish and, you know, Rusty Venture and a bunch of other exceptional characters looks nothing like how he sounds. I think about that a lot. I think that might be the mark of a great voice actor. Emergency evac. Here we go. Like I said, the main thing that I want to get for you are these devlogs, because these devlogs, weren't at the beginning of the project. These were towards the end of the sci-fi part, so they're about a third to a half of the way through the project as we see it now.
So Darkest Hour stuff. Oh, we realized halfway through dev that we couldn't support a world this dense. We had out-of-memory errors, terrain holes. I was despondent, certain we'd have to cancel. But then one morning, as if by actual magic, they were gone. And look, I'm a highly public atheist, but damned if I didn't feel like something took pity on me. So here's to you, whoever you are.
Mushroom Wizard Hero! I can shield you with my magic, but I'm locked in Nadar's prison. Free me! Can maybe do wizard shit. No, we're going back for devils. Oh! Can I interest you in a rock? Rocks are fireproof, which is lovely. But they're also extremely dull, so we'll just take the fireproof and be on our way. A moose, I think it's safe to say that most of the times where they're either misusing or overusing varying elements, I don't know if it's necessarily that level of intentional, but it's definitely the implication that either Ish is kind of saying stuff he doesn't quite understand, or that it is far more than he's letting on. Oh, sorry, Artipo was saying that while it's intended to be the pro who's been quietly fixing all the things behind the scenes, in reality, when that happens, yeah, it's someone who just sits and works a weekend straight. Very rarely tells people that they did it. Morning, Square Peg. How goes it? Doom shuttle discovered. Unfillable. So what does it say? Maze, I'm sorry, I know you must have gone sleepless for weeks to do the scenario and gameplay rather than just lore. I guess you were having a player bring a shuttle voluntarily only to see it contain the last live worm. And finds the guy heroically ingesting himself with the infected. But emergent behavior is inherently good at building an ecology. It can lead to very real issues of supply and demand. Memory is already thin on the ground. We can't handle a creature that actually breeds. Got to cut the whole puzzle. And then Maze is like, as long as we agree it was cool, I guess. But hey, speaking of memory, I accidentally duped the airlock button here and deleted an extra. But it shows up in my zone objects list when I'm trying to restore the extra one. that means there isn't enough memory for the game to bring it back. Is it okay just to ship it? Only one way to find out, friends. Ah, yes. If I remember correctly, can only get out here. No! I've got to remember how to ruddy do this. Ah, here we go. So this is a hatchworm. Now their abilities are parasite and other hatchworms. Now I believe we take all the behaviours. When attacked, I die and infest my attacker with worms. So we can basically have a dog that infests other creatures to be our friends. It's fine. It's fine. And the corpse has nothing interesting. Sorry, tiny hatchworm. Anyway. And this is where the puzzles get kind of a bit, I don't know, dev thinkery. Yeah, infested with friendship. Yay! Anyway. Now that there's oxygen in here, we can just chain refill our puppies. Okay. And yeah, now we can essentially make it so that one of these dags will immediately careen towards the other. Now, the thing that we need is synchronicity. Sorry that I'm being a little bit all over the place, but we'll be able to pick up a specific ability, which means all creatures of the same type gain the same ability. So we can make it so that every dag has every dag power, so they all become, like, fireproof. They all become lightning monsters. They all become worm-infested should they die. Okay, so we came in through... not there. But sorry, jumping back to one of our previous conversation topics. I will say that the People Make Games episode talking about Molyneux and all the games that he's made over the years and the things that he's done, getting him to sit and look at all the games he's made was fascinating. Oh, and Krill, good evening. Watto and welcome. Welcome to the Magic Circle. Ah. Xenolab and operations. Ah, here we go. So we have a corpse, a facility. Poppy, you have a special ability, and your special ability is Parasite. Now, all of you. Oh. You lot are too big to get in there. Alright, come here. Don't worry, friends. I've got an idea. Now, where's my special puppy? Ah, here we go. Oh, aren't you gross? Okay. So we'll take out this particular puppy's ability to fight, and we'll kind of sort of remove his ability to attack. But I can pick him up. Like so. And then... Alright, mate. I can't help but notice making this a lot more difficult than it has to be. Alright. Come on, corpse. I need a rat for this. So null point, I don't know how this did comparable to Questions Intent. It didn't do as well as the beginner's guide, and that's something we talked about a little bit earlier. Darn it, we need a rat. Sorry, we'll have to go find a rat. We need something a little small on the ground. But yeah, so Krill, this game is fascinating. This is the Magic Circle. And this is a game about, well, video games. Excuse me. Alright, we'll have to summon him with us. Maybe there's a rat in operations. Oh, here we go. But this is the thing we were looking for, which is more of the devlogs.
Hi. I thought you recorded commentary when the game was, you know, done. I'm the newbie. I have work to do.
It's a making-of track for the special edition. Listeners, you're nerdy enough to have played our multiplayer text dungeon. So you were probably stabbed by the infamous Maze Evelyn here.
Woo! Happy to be here, man!
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting Maze when we get to hear them as a young, fresh-faced individual.
Shout out to the Frag Hags, my old clan.
Yes, you ladies gate-crashed my cooperative story experiment and killed, well, everyone. Why it started selling better as a sort of murder circus, well, I hired you to explain.
Not everyone. Still eats at me that I never managed to gank you. I mean, Starfather. But your avatar had that immortality flag? Cheater.
You're a god now, my dear. It's not cheating if you write the rules.
Gotta make sure the dagger can still hold its own. Okay, congratulations, Cyber Rat. You are now my friend. And you are an enemy of corpses. And your special ability is being a parasite. Good night, man. Oh, it can't move yet, sorry. And yes, Hillian, you're not wrong with it being an extremely familiar story. So I need to be able to pick you up. Come, Rat. We have things to do. I mean, we talked about this a little bit, like in the last couple of hours, but yeah, one of the things about Ish is that he's been heralded as this alter genius, right? Except... Go kick its ass. No, Cyber Rat. Cyber Rat, go do violence. Love it. Oh, shit. Sorry, I have fecked up royally. See, I can't get into here until... Sorry, Cyber Rat. I can't get into there until I can teleport into there, and I don't yet have the ability to do that. So... Anyway, where were we? Ah yes, we'll go out this way and cause more mischief. Oh, but yeah, so null point, I mean, yeah, we were talking about it at the beginning. The beginner's guide had two things going through, both of which I'm sure you can very easily guess. Actually, we'll move back this way. One of them was, yes, mechanically the beginner's guide was way more simplistic. And it had, oh, excuse me, it was much, much easier to understand, especially if you've never worked in video games. But the other thing was the beginner's guide had that faux controversy, which wasn't manufactured by any means, but as I was saying earlier, basically, Davey made the game, and the game is all about a person called Davey talking about the work of a person called Coda. And in actuality, Davey and Coda, it's just two sides of, well, him as a person, right? Where do you go? You know, Coda represents the creative desire to just make and not be perceived. And Davey represents the desire for acclaim and praise and acknowledgement. And how these two sides of the creative can be at odds with each other. At times we can want nothing more than to make something that will never be seen. And at other times we can want to be perceived and celebrated. And when one side's not getting what it wants from the other side, then things like art blocks can happen and the like. But what happened around the beginner's guide is that a few people took it literally and thought that a person named Davey had stolen the game work of a person named Coda in an attempt to try and, like, gain their attention, in an attempt to reach out to them.
It's every room, you know. I remember for one of these hangers arguing on your behalf. No, he or she will want to see the sky. I guess the player has always been this unknowable, this radiant blank. I know how it sounds, but I think I started to regard you as my children. I can only hope that somewhere out there, one of you felt the same.
So Krill, while the game's soundtrack isn't sadly available in Amiga format, it is available on Steam. But yeah. Now I'm just trying to remember which creature it is that has...
Coda, I told you this sci-fi stuff is completely irrelevant to the demo.
It wasn't me, sir, truly. Just some kind of glitch. With great dramatic timing.
I see. Wow. How old is this stuff? My God. It's years. I'll be 61 in the fall, Coda. No family. For better or worse, this is what they'll remember me by.
Yes, exactly. On that demo stage, you have to make yourself believe again.
Long ago, I proposed a system that would generate unique offspring from player behavior. You could teach them like real children. The tech team said no.
This is your baby. Tech will have to take the fake demo version as a challenge.
You know? Yes, damn it. Saying this aloud, how can the demo be about anything else? That crowd has to see a child born into our world, and love it as I do. To fear for its future as I do. What was it I said at the end of the original text adventure? By the time we understand our legacy...
It is too late to change it.
Null pointer. I have played the corridor, but I haven't streamed it. I'm really behaviors. Sorry, but I'm taking your behaviors. I guess I should take one of these with me. They are useful. Alright, fine. We're friends now. We'll have one. Basically, so these cutie patooties, you can stand on them. And so you can stand on them and say, hey, you lot, go over there. That'll take me across that way. So Krill says, I assume we've also covered what we're being narrated by Dr. Venture. Yes. Yeah, the gentleman playing Ish is fucking brilliant. Ah, that's it. It's the queen we need to destroy. Hiver discovered. Right. Locked by groupthink. Ah, yes. I don't know. So, yeah, it is literally the same person who plays Dr. Venture. What? He is basically playing, like, the great big... Sorry, bear with me a second. Ah, shit.
When something dies around here, even you, that life ends up in the cracks. You want to bring back a ghost? Gotta give it some life. The bigger it is, the more it'll cost you. Just like the circle. Point is, boss, if it's worth doing, it's gonna hurt.
Okay.
Listen.
So he is playing Ish, and Ish is essentially a stand-in for every one of those like 90s alter creatives that were kind of lauded as the be-all and end-all for so very long. He is, as we're saying, he's simultaneously, you know, Peter Molyneux, Richard Garriott, you know, and any other like big named individual that you can think of from back in the day. What we're doing at the moment is we're trying to take on the Hive Queens. I think I can, but I might need more stuff. Once we can take on the Hive Queen, that allows us to do Hive behaviors, which means that, say, every one of these little growlers, they all become our best friends, but we also only need one creature to essentially be like the... I'm trying to think about it. Only one creature to be like the Hive Master. Oh, and Null, have a lovely rest of your time. To be continued, Joe. So if we can turn down a Hive, then every one of our puppies will inherit their behaviors, which means they can also inherit the superpowers that go with it.
Okay, this is really moody. Let's give it a shot. Here we go.
Maze, can you watch over my shoulder as I set up my first creature? I want this howler to track the Juggo by scent, flank it, and then pounce.
Just set the howler to hate the hero.
No! I mean, some of them should if they get hungry, but global kill on sight lacks a certain ecological truth.
Trust me. You set 2 creatures to fight, it's just Muppet sex, man. All impact, no joy. Looks terrible. But if the hero gets attacked directly, they've got no time to see the stupid.
What about downtime? Can I at least make them sleep? Or pee?
Just make them patrol in a loop. You want truth, Grasshopper? Watch what Ish actually does between meetings. You walk in a big enough circle, everyone you meet thinks you've got somewhere to be.
Metaphor! will say the line about Muppet sex is particularly haunting, but that's another story.
It's good B-roll.
Oh. Sorry, my apologies. Darn it, what was the last one I picked up? Wasn't created commentary, was it Ish and Coda? Insert magic here, there we go. Thank you, Poe.
Coda, I'm alone in a conference room. I scheduled a meeting with myself in search of quiet. What is it?
A Mr. Byron Rafe called? You're a loan officer?
Yes?
He says you've taken out some, quote, Faustian personal loans to make payroll, and unless this project hits big, which it will, you end up slightly homeless. So, please stop offering me a salary?
Coda, I find the right people, I lock them in a room. The only word for what emerges is a miracle. Or we kill each other. Either way, problem solved.
There we go. And again, just absolutely hammering home the... and the flamer, I do nothing. Ah, here we go. But no, that kind of like wild, almost entirely unearned faith in themselves and the process is something I'm sure none of you have ever encountered, especially when working with white guys who are in creative control. I'm sure you've never encountered that at all.
Every world's got an in crowd and an odd man out. Like Starfather and his entourage, whispering in a tight little circle. And me standing at remove and shouting, "You ain't so hot! From here I can see all your asses!" And scheming to make it all fall apart. But if the oddball wins, hell, they become the new normal. No thanks. If there has to be a new boss, I choose you.
I think that one's particularly poignant because while I don't know if it's been discussed or confirmed, I do know that a lot of people that have talked about working with good old Todd Howard have said that basically there is an inner circle. There is an inner circle, and that is where Todd's ideas are. And if Todd likes your idea, or if Todd believes that your idea is his idea, then it will get done. Otherwise, big shrug, sorry. And again, I'm sure you've either heard this or at very least can understand it. But it's such a wild thing to hear the old pro talking about, because I do not know whom the question is referring to when they talk about this. But they are absolutely talking about it. I mean, Krill, you would be the person I would ask on that one. I don't know wrestling like I know video games. But I can say that, you know, the fact that Vince McMahon writes himself into his own stories, or should say, like, writes himself into the stories that he's in control of. And again, I don't want to sound like I'm throwing rocks at, you know, people I don't know. I've never met Richard Garriott, and I'd actually be fascinated to sit down and have a pint with him. Although I think his last... like... You know what? Hopefully the NFT trade has taught them all a reminding of humbleness.
Yeah, okay, let's try it again. Attack was off, and a few other things.
Okay, I'm not sure who tuned the Queen encounter, but her melee range is way longer than player's sword. This is a Progots blocker. Fix immediately. Yeah, I think what we're supposed to do is implement the fire behavior before we take on the hive, but I'm happy to test it. But I will say, Gideon, like, it does feel like Richard Garriott is one of the influences, because he is simultaneously... Oh, I know how to do this. Where's my rat? There we go, Cyber Rat. Congratulations, your enemies are the Hiver Queen. Then we pick up the rat, and we throw the rat in like a fucking grenade. See, the rat is filled with deadly parasites. So the rat's going to go fight the Hiver Queen. As the rat dies, it infects the queen with parasites from sci-fi zombie land. The Hiver Queen dies from being eaten from the inside out. We get the queen's powers. Job done. And this is also, I think, a part of where...
Holy balls! You took out the Hiver Queen with no weapons? Shows a fine killer instinct. You remind me of me. I feel compelled to reward you somehow, but minus any systems, all that's left is... story. Huh. Tell you what, I'll pass on to you the only story that a game should ever need. Back before time was a thing, there were these two cavemen. Or women, whatever. I'm just gonna pronoun at random. I call these two Frag and Brag. Newbies think I keep those names on my knuckles like a lifestyle, like I believe in both. Negative. No, sir. See, Frag and Brag had their eyes on the same prize, okay? Wanted some time in the naked cave with the same mates. Try to get bombed on the same fermented applesauce. Everything. Fighting over it all had nearly killed them both. They had to pick a winner without the loser dying. At that very moment, the first game was born. And with it, mother effing civilization, okay? Now, in that contest, Frag came out on top, easily. She was faster, stronger, and smarter by a country mile. But Brag, now, he had an idea. He'd tell the tribe that he would have won if that darn sun wasn't in his eyes. And people swallowed it. Pretty soon, Bragg realized he didn't have to compete at all. He could go on making up BS for the rest of his life. He told the first story and ruined the first game with it. Took that sacred interplay of all human striving and added an effing cheat code. And that, children, is why the parable of Frag and Brag is the only story that games will ever need. We write it on our knuckles, that it may serve as a warning.
All right, thank you, Hiver Queen, for all of your, well, everything. Although, it's my friend now. The power of Na'ah. However, see now that story, while oversimplified, is an old argument, an old battle. Now, I think that's a far more elegant tale than the one we were told. But back in the day, there was the mystical land of id Software. And in the land of id Software, many folks made many jokes. And they chatted and bantered and conversed over a great many topics. But the discussion of story versus gameplay, that would be one of their largest battles. Right. Okay, so I think if I take Howler, my special abilities are copies my behaviors onto all other creatures of my kind. Right. So you have Lightning Rod, but we're going to make We'll make them fireproof for now, but we can also make them, like, parasitic. Their allies are everybody, and later on they'll be able to fly. Cool. So now my doggies are immune to fire. Goody. Sorry, where were we? Oh, yes. I don't like the quote in particular, and I don't think Carmack really meant it as it came out, but the TLDR is Carmack was once quoted in saying that story in video games is like a narrative in porn. No one cares. It literally just serves there to get the, and I quote, action going. And good old Romero was very much in contention of that. He believed that games were an experience. You know, that gameplay served to be part of the story. Now, we've reached a point in video games where we understand that those aren't two opposing fronts, but they are in fact tools to the same end. The goal of a video game is to convey an experience. Actually, I need some more fireproof because I need my little buddy here to be fireproof. Oh, actually no, I've got one fireproof left. Brilliant. Alright. Come on, pal. But it was definitely something that was fascinating at the time, and, you know, whilst, good old Mr. Romero gets a very, very... It's a very bum deal, mainly due to Daikatana. But from the get-go, you know, Romero was the one desperately pushing the idea that games were conveying a story or an experience. I think about that a lot. Ah, it's the corpse that does nothing. Oh yeah, no, and I think Carmack is still very, you know, valued for their technical expertise. But to them, that's what video games were. They were a technical exercise. You know, I think the reason why he created...
Should have known you brought all this back.
Hello.
So what do you actually want? Maybe steal someone's account, then edit the world like we do? Be my guest. Just do it to that three-faced intern, Coda. She's holding a gun to my personal brand, but if you hijack her machine and lock out her controls right as the demo starts, her plans will implode, and I'll give you her job. Think about it.
An evening, kid. Yeah. Basically, I was sitting and stressing about GDC, and I decided that instead I would pour a glass of wine, play one of my favorite games, and bring back the poor non-fire, non-flaming rat from everything. So obviously I've just been kind of, I mean, it's the magic circle. I love this game. It's a great talking point. And we're just talking about, like, OG story versus gameplay. And, like, basically the personalities of Carmack and Romero and how they clashed. Now, what's fascinating is we've now learned that the perfect game is when everything is in synchronicity. Not just story and gameplay, but, you know, the visuals, the sound, everything. When those are all perfectly in step, that's when brilliance is formed. That's when you get your Bloodborns and your Hades and all sorts. But yeah, back in the day, I do think that what made Carmack such an exceptional creative in the gaming space was his technical knowledge. He saw games as a technical challenge to be overcome.
Man.
Oh.
Seeing all this again. Once you've doomed one entire world on a whim, the sin of it is past. It might just become habit. That's who the gods are now. If today stings a little, they box it, bury it, and by tomorrow it never was.
Yup. Ah, yes, this bit. Teleportation bay discovered. Telebad. I'm just trying to remember how to do this particular puzzle because... Here we go. Alright, so that's taken. Okay. But yeah, so Alice, no, it is an interesting conflict of discussion, and it's like, you know, where does challenge begin? You know, where does gameplay start? Where is it an act of conflict and battle? You know, Krill, that's a fascinating question. I don't know when the games industry started using director as a role. Because obviously director in terms of a company was a thing, and the video game industry has been a bit bad for copying cinema, for good or ill, for some time. God, I'd have to really go into the setup. Creative director was definitely the one that first started getting banded around. That seemed to be what all of the people that survived the early 90s transitions got morphed into. You know what I mean?
Oh, this question again? Can't we do another fan mail? Okay. You people honestly want to know why I set this story in space? After 2 years of trying for a child with my now ex-wife, it turned out I was, in fact, sterile! Yeah! Untreatable. And space is, in a word, universal. I could write about my empty nest, but in that same abyss, you'd see whatever you're afraid of. The sequel was my O2 low, untethered spacewalk into nothing's orbit.
Yup. So that earlier point when Ish is talking about how he sees the player as his child, right? Oh, actually, I think I can... What was it? Ah, here we go. Where was it? It was Volcano Cave. But yeah, again, Krill, it is a fascinating thing. Because the thing is, like, cinema took a lot of its language from theatre, right? Which is more of an approximation. You know, there is one person in charge of how everything goes down. They aren't the script writer, the script comes from somebody else, and they aren't the actors. But it is your job to produce whatever it is that needs to be produced, right? And at what point in video games did we start using the same terminology? Now, the one that blows my mind, and sadly Nessa went to bed, but is being a writer in video games is a very different
I have nothing funny to say.
And yet, you still threw in 300 bits, so I'm very grateful.
So originally, the tractor beam was meant to safely guide in the spacecraft of any player not currently controlling the probe. But then our design intern Maze here pointed out that you guys would have expected playable vehicles.
I told him, it's about precedent. It makes no sense to hoof it through miles of space station when you can jump in a shuttle and just hop from airlock to airlock. And from a multiplayer POV, think of the strategies that shake out of having one of your buddies in an armed spacecraft just outside.
Yes. So, as I'm sure you players know by now, I had to write it in that the shuttles only work for station personnel.
And actually, before we ship, we still need to meet on what to do with the tractor bot. I can schedule it, super happy to keep advising you.
Yeah, no, I'll call you about that. I'm sure I'll remember this.
Oh, I'm just stealing this teleporter. Here we go. Peoples. What you saw there, that was me fecking up. Alright, so. Okay, here we go. Groupthink. Okay, so I need this one to be lightning rod. There we go. Now all of the growlers will be able to disable the tractor beam. Okay. Jumping back in, Catastro says, I would really guess that if Kojima was the first, he was probably early. I would say that there was lots and lots and lots of cinema influence in early video games. It's just Kojima had a lot of success adding it in a very, very obvious manner that then resulted in, one, no legal action, but two, in commercial success. You know, what is Max Payne if not, you know, we made The Matrix, but we also copied every hard-boiled cop story ever. And that's fine. You know, there was a time when... Sorry about that. Alright, my special abilities are... Attack with Tractor Beam, there we go. So we'll take all behaviours. We can now make it so that when we find Howler Prime can now use Tractor Beam as its main attack form. Where are you, Howler Prime? There you are. No, where are you? There you are. Groupthink. Alright. I attack with Tractor Beam. Oh god, you're all haunting. Well, that's horrifying. That's extremely horrifying. Sorry, I had a very, very good point to throw in there about, like, cinema influence and, you know, cinemaphiles in the gaming space. But not in a bad way. But unfortunately, I don't think I have a clever follow-up. Oh. This was just another way to kill the Cybot. Hey, you know what? I'm taking Cybot with us. You know what, Tractorbot? You can move by walking. And you can attack by biting people, which will be fucking weird. But you're hanging out with your best friend. And I can pick you up if I want to. Oh, cool. It gets a little mace. Love it.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Oh. Tiny flowers, just thank you. I'm sorry. I was trying to think of like a clever thing to say there. I don't have one. That's fucking cool of you. That's really fucking cool of you. Alright, actually, I think I have to give this one teleport back. And then we steal the other teleport from the next one. Okay. But sorry, Tiny Flower decided to give 5 subs to you, like it was no big deal. So who did you get? You got Flare, you've got Darkness Monster, Zengro Torcuno, and Bend Over. You can't win them all. maybe I'm just getting tired this evening. I'm trying to think of like some of the core tenets of like how id Software was set up originally. It does feel, oh god, failing to walk around corners. By my understanding, like it was basically set up in a very like, I don't want to say flat structure. It was very punk. It was very, we just got a bunch of kids together making weird stuff. But I'd have to look at, because what was it? Commander Keen, I think, was their first one that wasn't a port or wasn't a work for hire project, right? I think I'm gonna have one more glass of wine with you all. Not like we've just been casually streaming for 3 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna go pour one more glass of wine. So Catastrophe was saying the one thing they keep thinking about the Magic Circle's presented story is how much the problem is Ish is extremely controlling in how things are made, and general past grudges, and how much is Ish and Maze blatantly wanting to make two extremely different game experiences. Yes. It's that fascinating thing early on where Ish hires Maze because of their experience in multiplayer and how they turned, well, not them specifically, but how the multiplayer community turned one of Ish's early games into a big hit. I didn't understand why. But at the same time, they were unwilling to relinquish control. They wanted success, but they wanted to simply, by the proviso of having the person there, not with making concessions. And again, any film presenting folks and anyone who has, you know, worked on the lower runs of the games industry will understand this so painfully. That especially from publisher-led products, they want success, but they don't want to do what it is that leads to success because they want to do the same thing they've always done. Now that's a drastic oversimplification, but it's a tale as old as time. Now Will's gonna get more booze. Yeah, I'm gonna have one more glass with you lot and just kind of have a natter. As I'm sure you've guessed, we're more into the puzzle solving and
Yo, we are celebrating tonight. The lease on the house was approved. We finally have a place to live.
Tiny flowers, I'm so happy for you. And, like, thank you for choosing to chuck support at me in celebration of your good news. It's very kind of you. I would give you a rousing celebration if it wasn't so late in the evening. No, seriously. Congratulations, that's fucking cool. Right, anyway, let me go get a glass of wine so I can cheers you, and then we'll continue. Oh, hello there all. Thank you kindly for waiting. It's very late this hour, so I really do appreciate it. Oh, okay. Artipo, the DAB system broke and I haven't had a chance to fix it. I should have done it today, but I was stressed. That's another story. Now, where did we find that ruddy wizard? Right, there we go. So there's the sky bastard. Sky bastard overhead. Bay. Apparently somewhere we haven't been. Oh, there's something over there. Let's go check that out next. Yeah, sorry to come back with a glass of wine looking a little haggard. As I was talking about earlier, there is going to be a known POS at GDC, and I'm trying to... I don't know what I'm trying to do. Steel myself for it. Calm my mind. Kind of... accept the inevitability that all it takes for bad people to return to the games industry is just them hiding out for a few years and then popping up like, hello.
Please enter your voicemail code. Welcome.
Ishmael Gilder. Also Starfather.
You have exceeded your mailbox limit. The last unplayed message was left 8 years, 6 days, 7 hours ago.
Oh, Ish. Play the one before that, I guess?
Mr. Gilder, this is Dr. Wellesley at the clinic again. I'm afraid the results haven't changed. Even if your ex-wife were willing to go in vitro, I'm afraid that biologically speaking, the problem closer to home is beyond the reach of any treatment I can offer. My advice would be to start making peace with the idea of adoption. I know that's not what you... I'm very sorry. Call back if you want my expanded analysis, or just to talk.
Yeah, Artsy Pirate. There's nothing to be doing. Well, so Artsy so Ish is the character's name. He was referred to and refers to himself as Starfather. That's his Garriott equivalent. Just trying to remember where the Mushroom Wizard was. Mushroom Wizard's rather useful. I think we'll go kill Fire Numpties. Alright. Oh wait. Where's Puppy Prime? Ah, there we go. Change Puppy Prime's ability from lightning rods to fireproof, and now my dogs are all fireproof. Over there is the floating bastard. The floating bastard we can handle. Now we just need these fire attackers. Get down here? Yes, we can. This is not clean, but it is getting the job done. I think the rat's killing them with parasites? Okay. Alright, where is... Okay, there's group thing. Right. Listen, kid. You're... You're killing me here. Stop using tractor beam. Just eat them. There we go. Okay. Now, once more with feeling. Thank you. I'm sorry, before I kind of got in my own head a little bit, what were we talking about before I was heading off? Because we talked a little bit about... I mean, we were talking a little bit about, like, story and gameplay from, like, 1,000 years ago. And honestly, it is genuinely fascinating. Sorry. It is genuinely fascinating how, for a long time, like, the argument between which was more important was so hotly contested. Oh, so Ikoa, lovely to see you. Hello, hello. So this is the Magic Circle, and this is one of the best video games about video games ever made. I often cite this, the Beginner's Guide, and the Hex as being like the three. And I definitely stand by that. Mechanically, it is a puzzle game of sorts where you basically pull behaviors from varying NPCs to create these hybrid puzzle-solving situations. Narratively, it is a game about Ish. Ish was a superstar genius auteur created back in the 90s, and it is 20 years later. The game is due, it is not finished, it is certainly not ready. And now it is about Ish desperately struggling to make something of this. Oh yeah, God. I mean, Krill, one of the reasons why I do love hanging out with like yourself and everyone here is that we can actually have a talk about it. You cannot talk about this kind of stuff on Twitter, not anymore. You know, maybe there was a time. And while I won't say anything spoiler-wise, I will say that, you know... Okay, we have to get a big key to here, though. Yeah. Might need to have light. But it has been interesting seeing the age-old discussion from the Longship and this discussion about story in video games re-emerge. Oh, Red Burning Dragon, good morning. And I'm so glad that I don't have to discuss it for a living on YouTube or Twitter. I get to talk to you lot about this kind of stuff. So, yeah, when I go off on those long, teary thank yous, that is a big part of it.
Coda, I'm going home. I may have fallen asleep in the lounge. Are you still working on the demo?
I need finished-looking assets, and there's a whole deleted folder under colored sci-fi, but it's source-locked by you and Maze. Would you mind restoring them?
Coda, that was the past. You're the future, okay? Speaking of, you know, it's high time you came out to have dinner at Starfall.
Your custom smart castle? Out in the woods? No. I mean, what?
I'm taking hours and hours of your time on this demo. It's an overdue courtesy.
I have always dreamt of seeing it. What shall I wear?
You'll see.
Oh, the wry grin there, friends, was once again that was the thing that Richard Garriott was famous for, was having his own ruddy castle. It's been so long since we've had Susan Arndt on the show, but Susan was there at the Tabula Rasa launch party. Like, Susan was there when the castle got invaded by aliens. Yes, there are more elegant ways of doing this. And actually, I might need to go kill the flying monster first. Okay, let me do that. I'm going to take the other path. Sorry. And Dinga, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Yes, Alness. And while that was a very, very good troll, unfortunately you have failed to fill your troll quota. I will be informing your line manager. But no, so like story versus gameplay was such a huge discussion for so long. You know what's fascinating? We don't call games story games anymore. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that. It's not a term that we use. Yeah, and Catastros, yeah, there's the whole thing. I'm attack with Tractor Beam. And your abilities are... we'll keep it as fireproof. Let's see if you all can take on floaty guy, because then I can make it so that all the dogs can float. Come here. I'm going to make it so that the dogs attack the sentinel. There we go. My enemies are Sentinel. Alright, now there we go. And now I just let them do the work. But jumping back, it is fascinating that we don't tend to use the term story game. Okay. Oh, it's cool. Parasite's got him. Good work, team. I move by float. I am a sentinel. I attack with my repulsor. My abilities are nothing. Take all behaviors. Love it. Alright. Creatures that float cannot move on their own. Ah, well. Oh god, we've got a hatchworm infestation. This is not good. I have fucked up now. Don't worry. Anyone's still infected? Ah, god darn it. The brain worms are kind of eating through all my stuff. So hold that thought. Wait until they've had their little fill. It gives me a chance to talk to you all about story game stuff. So story game was a term that was banded around a while back, and it tended to refer to, I guess, what we would consider more like visual novels, FMV games, things like that. once again, you know, video game genres tend to name themselves. You all know this. But what's interesting is these days, you know, we do things like we use terms like walking sim, visual novel. I guess we still use terms like adventure game and things like that, which I do find thoroughly fascinating. Sorry, bear with me just a second. I had a thought, and it's not a smart thought. Oh no, we should be alright. And you know what, Alnus, you're right. I don't hear the term walking sim used as frequently as I have in other places. Okay. Everyone's dead, Dave. Sorry, I'm going to go charge up our little squad. The brain worms did their job on the Sentinel and then kind of ate through everyone, so that could have gone better. Now I think about it as well, what we could possibly do is create like an insane army of super latchworms. But that seems like a lot of work. If I was going to do that, I could certainly do it with something easier. Right. Oh yeah, Alison, that's a very good point. Like, point and click has come to mean essentially its own thing, which I do find fascinating. Well, and Krill, we were talking about that as a conversation topic a while back as well, which was how, like, the term adventure game has basically become a dead term. It is sometimes used to refer to a very specific sphere of retro point-and-click titles, but the term adventure game was very specific when your differentiation was you didn't shoot things in the face, right? But now we use terms like visual novel, point-and-click. You know, it gets a little bit wibbly when you start talking about things like, as much as I dislike it, you know, games like Heavy Rain and Fahrenheit, and also some of the Naughty Dog games like Uncharted and things like that, where it's a very cinematic experience. And I find it entirely fascinating. But I do think that it's important to talk about these things because there isn't another industry where the evolution of genre has changed everything so much. Like, as my friend put it once, the evolution of second wave ska didn't wipe out discussions of first wave ska. Do you know what I mean? Chiptunes didn't wipe out, you know, reggae. The genealogical family tree of music is all about culture and subculture, right? And in text, it's all about the thematics, because it's very rare that there are different ways of experiencing a book. You know, cinema again is entirely genre specific, because regardless of it, you sit, you watch. I mean, there are experimental fringe stuff and things like that. With video games, like, holy crap, you can have 5 games from the first person perspective in 5 completely different thematical settings, but the commonality is that they're all from the first person and you do a shoot, you know. Krill, I would not deny you saying that A Way Out is an adventure point and click. Okay. Oh, actually, I need the howlers to be biters. And where's my rat? I need my rat to stop giving everybody brain parasites. You're great, Cyber Rat. You really are. You know, you're kicking ass. You're staying with the team. But I don't have to fight through another infection again. Anyway, I guess at this point, friends, I think I'm just telling you about topics of conversation that I love. But yeah, when it comes to video game genres, I think that's one of the spaces where we are still evolving, still understanding ourselves. But it's something that's so completely ours. You know, we were talking about earlier about what games were taken from cinema and how, you know, during those early days, video games were still so determined to be video games. They were so determined to be as good. You know, I think about that a lot. And also, I worked in film and television, and it's a miserable industry, so... The irony being that both film and television and video games work their staff incredibly difficult and incredibly hard. But I came away from video games still loving video games in the industry, and yet two problems here. First, the key. It's only meant to become visible when the player uses the search skill. For QA purposes, I added a temp erase button. Second problem, lava. Guys, it's easy. You place the art for the lava, and then you place the invisible box-shaped trigger around it. When the player or creature hits the box, it deals fire damage. When your trigger box sticks out of the lava like this, it kills things unexpectedly. The hero is supposed to watch a couple of hapless jaggalos plunge in here and get burned, but thanks to you, they spawn in dead. Oh, sorry, Alnus was adding... Metro Prime puts you on a planet where an ancient evil is contained. You must defeat it for the sake of the galaxy. Halo puts you on a planet with an ancient evil... Yeah. And if I said they were the same, I'd be incorrect. It's true. Well, so Krill, I mean, that's where video games are. Video games are defined by essentially the groupthink. Very, very rarely has a industry individual coined a genre and it's stuck. There's a few hangovers from back in the day, fighting games, racing games, etc., which define a very specific experience, but the rest, like, genres evolve because users say they do. From Software never set out to make Souls-like games, but that is now a descriptor that describes a very specific genre of games. Because of the success, the influence of that success, the emulation of it. Fucking Metroidvania. That's an awful term, but it's a genre. It just is. It's a mashup of two very specific retro properties. And the fact that we still use the term roguelike, but we don't use the term Zork-like for text adventures. Like, it's what makes my heart happy. It's the defining parts of video games that are so unique. Anyway, we're going to be a bit cheeky here. There's multiple ways you can do this puzzle, right? So what you can do is you can edit these Juggadidlios and you can make them fireproof. Or you can change one Juggadidlio to be floating and fireproof, send it over there, and then make the rat teleport, and then we use the rat teleporter. Now, I'm drinking, so I'm going to use the... so I'm going to take all behaviours and make them fireproof, because I've got so many fireproofs, it's not a worry. And then bring them back to life. Oh, right, yeah. I do have to do the funny clever thing. Alright. And yeah, Alice, I know we've had this conversation like 8,000 times, so I hope you'll don't think I'm just rehashing it. It is because it's something that makes me happy. But yeah, there was a time when a first-person shooter was a Doom clone, but then it outgrew its existing environment, and like, fucking yo, I love that. Alright, congratulations. You will be our first floater. Oh, actually, I need you here, because I need you to also be a teleporter. Sorry about this. My allies are the hero, which is us. My special ability is I'm fireproof and a teleporter. Now, so, Krill, that's another thing that I find fascinating. Horror games are a genre. Even though a horror game can also be another thing. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. And that is something that I find fascinating and I genuinely love about the industry, you know? I thought you could float. Oh, you can't do diddly, can you? I'm taking previous. You'll let me down, mate. Alright, where's the rat? Okay, good news, rat. So, good news to you. You are no longer moving. But you are carryable and you are now a teleporter. So now I pick you up and I'm like, hey ho. Boosh. Now. Oh wow, you still teleport to the other side of the planet. Brilliant. Now where's my rat? Ah, here you are. Hello, cyber rat. Your special ability is also being a teleporter. It's now. We added the key. Oh, and again, sorry friends, I've had the genre conversation in my mind. Aside from this evening, this game, I did a little video about Resident Evil on TikTok, and I got inundated with like comments and questions, and someone mentioned survival horror, and oh my life, I love talking about survival horror. Not because I am a purist that believes it can only be X, Y, or Z, but because survival horror came from Resident Evil. Don't ask me how it got coined, mainly because it's late and I'm drinking. But Resident Evil became known as survival horror, even though mechanically it's like essentially action point and click. But it was the first time a mainstream audience was introduced into like bullet conservation and, you know, scarcity of items in an action game. And combined with the, let's be honest, heavy-handed, you know, Romero horror aesthetic, and it sparked a whole movement. And what's fascinating is when we start talking about survival horror now, it simultaneously means what it did at the beginning and means drastically different games now. You know, oh god, I'm gonna try not to talk until it's, actually, you know what, we'll probably say 3 AM is a hard cut-off, because otherwise I'll be streaming until the morning. Okay. Congratulations, Key. You move by ground. You attack with melee. If anyone starts shit, break them. You are my friend. And I'm allowed to pick you up. What's up, Key friend? Hanging out with my best friend. He's a sentient key. That's probably not good for him. Hanging out with a best friend. Alright, I just want to make sure I re-edit the rat. Otherwise, if I trip over him, I'm going to end up across the world. You know what? You can be a lightning rod. Oh my word, I'm sorry, smallest waffle. I didn't realise we were being unkind. Smallest waffle says that's a weird looking dog. And you talk to me or my son ever again. How are you doing? So Artsy Poe, that is an interesting point, that the overriding of horror as a term probably does come from, I don't want to say nicheness, but horror does suffer from this thing of there's only certain situations in which people wish to experience horror. It's been well documented that people can play MMOs, racing games, like even fighting games, definitely like RPGs and the ilk. They can play those all day, 7 days a week. But horror games, people tend to be a bit more sparing. Now, why that is a very fascinating conversation. I personally think it does come from the shorthand idea that people don't want to be scared all the time. And that certain horror experiences do actually lose their weight and their value if left for too long, you know what I mean? And yeah, as Krill is adding, it does also need to be something that people know. It's okay in some experiences, but for the most part, like, yeah, people don't want to be surprised by horror. Alright, Mushroom Wizard. I attack with Shield Ally. My special abilities are... that. Oh, and... Howlers. Here we go. So our Howlers are now shielded, as well as. Very useful. Although if you wanted to at this phase, you could basically create like a small army of semi-invincible mushrooms. Oh, there's a little secret side right there. I went absolutely the wrong way around.
You may be wondering when I'm gonna let out an evil laugh and stab you in the back, twirling my mustache with my offhand. Well, don't panic, boss. But in a way, that already happened. Bringing you here was it.
Sorry, I think our Mushroom Wizard's stuck. No, he's coming. Alright, edit Mushroom Wizard. Travel by ground. Alright, friendo. Oh, no, sorry. So, Almus, what you're saying about, like, you know, Doki Doki Literature Club, as much as it's become somewhat mimetic, and a very obvious point of discussion, it is a very good point of discussion, you know? Primarily because it does a lot. There's a lot of heavy lifting. Did we go there? Are we supposed to go there? Is that from earlier? Oh, it might be the background of the introduction. Oh no, that's the Wizard's Tower. Sorry. But no, you're right, that if you just wanted a visual novel and you went to go see, like, Doki Doki Literature Club, you would have a bad time. We need flying robots, that's what we don't have. How have I not encountered the flyers yet? It's supposed to be heli-whoppers kicking my ass, and they're not. I guess we'll go through the Sentinels tunnel. But yes. It's interesting, though, that you can do snippets of horror and it not be a horror game. But if the defining feature is horror, that overrides any genres that might have been. Alright. No more moving for you. Time for you to be a teleporter. Alright, where's me rat? Excuse me, where's me rat? Oh, there you are. Because the thing I always think about, and sorry, we've probably talked about this loads of times, but I guess I feel like talking about it more. That Half-Life 2 is not described as a horror game, nor is Fallout 3, but they both have seminal horror sections in them. One thing that's very interesting about the Outer Wilds is that it asks you if you wish to engage in horror thematics.
So, why you? Why don't I play God? I think maybe if you're gonna get into the creation racket, you can't overthink it. You just say, what if? And you change the world. After I quit trying to help the gods, I used what I knew to pull pranks on them. But now, I don't know. I see every punchline coming. I smirk at the idea of a joke. This ain't about pity. But a god ought to take some joy in his work.
An interesting musing on people that make games for a living, but that's a whole other kettle of monkeys. Now, Krill was suggesting that perhaps the reason for the horror descriptor being important could be summarized as accessibility. I think it's because being put into a state of fear is a very, I don't want to say serious state, because it makes me sound like an absolute chode slam, but it's a state that one does not wish to enter into casually, right? We've become very good at discussing things like trigger warnings now, where we have a better command and a better understanding of the emotional spectrum and the different ways in which art can evoke responses beyond fear. But back in the day, like, the horror tag is essentially the original trigger warning. If you want to be scared, come on in. Otherwise, don't worry about it. You know? Yeah, a social contract. Friends, I think I might have a slight problem in that I need to have these banters with you all. Like, I realise that perhaps the reason why we're doing Longship After Dark isn't necessarily for the greater good, but just because I missed it. Oh, also...
Ishmael Gilder, personal notes. Speech in the event of bankruptcy, draft 8, subsection, we'll say Q. Yes. Inside every man, woman, and child is this little voice which precedes consciousness, and it whispers, surely I deserve better than this. Why, I'm the hero, after all, aren't I? I should be the one in control. And as a species, I think humanity almost outgrew it. But then we stepped in, peddling our fever dreams, and said, no! You've been right all along. Push this button, and you'll never have to feel that way again. God. Cripes, how do I manage to be preachy and self-hating without so much as a segue? I'd better find some money.
Oh yeah, also this game is the realest shit. Just, you know, I'm not sure anyone was unaware of that, but oh boy. Right. Cyber Rat. Dead or alive, you're friending with me. Honestly, we don't need the Cyber Rat, I just want it. So Artie Poe was saying that it demands, and I assume you mean horror, demands vulnerability. That if you don't trust the game you'll fear, it shouldn't be given it. I'd argue more so than like movies or shows where interactivity forces you to stay engaged. I don't know. Artie Poe, this is the time to bust out the arty subset of your moniker. I would agree with you. There's also a challenge. Not to sound like a complete pretentious wanker. Alright, Cyber Rat. So, Cyber Rat, your job is you attack with a tractor beam. Now, yeah. Fly, my minions. Go get me that flying mother hubbard. There we go. Dear Whirlybird, I shall take all of your behaviours. And now, where is main dog? There's the main dog. Alright. Now all my dogs fly. Float is different from flight. Which I know is very, very video games. Well, yes, I did just make dog copter squad. Love you all, but you're also exceedingly loud. Where are my options? Effect volume. Yeah. There you go. Jumping back, sorry, the hyperbole example I was going to make is essentially like spice. That if you present someone with a dish that has spice in it and there's no social contract allowing them, they have to make the decision after they've engaged with the piece, essentially. If you say, this is spicy, it puts the user in a different mindset. Or, so I could say the consumer. I'm not a fucking chef. I don't know what the right term is. So, if you say, this is a scary game, someone will be like, oh, okay, I understand what I'm going to get. And they might be like, okay, as Artsy Poe was saying, I wish to engage in this with a level of emotional vulnerability where I will experience fear. Or, there's the challenge element, which is, I, through whatever reason, choose not to be scared by this. I'm gonna tough my way through it. This isn't gonna scare me. Similar to the this isn't hot enough. That some people eat spice for challenge, some people eat spice for flavor or experience, right? You see where I'm coming with this? There's kind of like, because Krill brings up some old horror movies. And what I would say is, like, they definitely had, like, a race to the top. Who could create the scariest experience, right? Oh, also, more lore.
So, now I'm hoping, praying, I guess, that my ideas outlive me. So, at the end, when you met Starfather inside the circle, that's what I was trying to convey. That I was reaching out to you. Passing on part of myself. God, but that's bullshit, isn't it? I mean, I don't know you at all. This isn't mutual. It's fucking test tube. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm sorry, but if I keep recording at night, staring for another single second at this false world, I might just end it.
Ish isn't okay. Okay, so we've got most of the good stuff. Right, so we came in through there. Ah, yes, here we go. Whirligig Lab. Let me just send my invincible army of flying murder dog copters. I attack with railgun. Take all behaviors. Now, Here we go. So now I give every dog a railgun, and we just see where the day takes us. Introducing dog copters, now with railguns. So Krill was adding, with certain types of thrillers and horror movies, you're in the hands of a master director who leads you in a direction, and you can trust them to escalate the story in a reasonable course. And Poe puts forward that a good example of something like that is Half-Life. A little extra kick, something like, and something like Doki Doki Literature Club, like, hey, maybe sign this so you can't sue us for spice pain. Yes. Now, I do appreciate that... Doki Doki warns the user.
The stories from my world always have two guys arguing over some robot. Like, but sir, is it self-aware? Like that had set it above the rest. Me, I think it's a curse. It lets you zoom out, see more of the picture, realize how small you are. And at first you laugh, right? Finally you're in on the joke. But boy, if you keep zooming out, you sure as shit stop laughing. You'd give anything to turn it off. Mainly, I just try to stay drunk.
Sips wine quietly. So many corpses, so little time. Oh, actually, that does remind me. That's my special. There we go. Oh, no, you just hate that. There we go. So here we go. So we want max life, attack, speed, attack, attack, life, life, speed, attack, 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 attack. There we go. I have flying murder dogs now. So that was the Securitron that came from there. Okay. So I believe at this point we have most of what we need to kill the whirlybirds. Poe was saying this game... I lost, sorry. This game's really out there with what if you became aware of the creative process from the outside that you start going through it yourself. Now watch this PS1 looking corpse dig through the floor. Yes. I mean, that's what the old pros kind of coming from. And again, I forget exactly what the old pro is supposed to be, if not just, you know, something poetic. But actually, yeah, I think we can take on the Sky Bastards now. Okay. So here we go, Sky Bastard. With whirlybirds. Alright, so... Oh yeah, and all the howlers have the same abilities because they all have groupthink. Sorry, bear with me just a second. There we go. Yeah, you have groupthink, so you hate whirlybirds more than anything else. Now go kill those whirlybirds. My enemies are whirlybirds and Sky Bastards.
Excuse me, whirlybirds? Still need shots of you guys for evidence.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Right, now we need to get up there and get into a Sky Bastard's head, so bear with me a second. You'll notice how the dogs just kind of handled it. Okay, so you'll have groupthink. Well done. Unfortunately, I only have one flight, so you are all now ground cookets. Well done. Now, where's my Cyber Rat? Alright, well done, Cyber Rat. You are now a teleporter again. And you are now a flying Cyber Rat. So yeah, you can go all the way over there. And as for you, Juggalo friend, you are also a teleporter. Now, I'm being pretty specific with these puzzle solutions. Hello, corpse. You doing all right there, corpse? You doing okay? Oh, darn it, Cyber Rat. I can't even bloody do this. Oh, sorry, but like Krill and Artsy Poem peeps, you're making really good points on the subject of like horror and like industry genre social crud. Industry genre discussion and social construct. Like, I do like this banter a lot. It's got some rat-related problems. I think we can make it as far as the E3 demo tonight without me, like, staying up stupid late. I don't suppose I picked up a second teleport, did I? No, that would have been far too smart. Oh, Naruhoodie, sleep well. I'm not going to be up for much longer, I promise you. I just want to solve this because we have the last of Ish's lines, and then I think we get to do the E3 bit next. Oh no, Artupo, please tell me. This is my 5th time playing this game, and I think I am just a little bit too happy-go-lucky. Oh yeah, Naruhoodie, the main boss battle in this game is an E3 demo. Oh, you're right. Alnis, you're incredibly right. I'm over-engineering a situation. You know, that thing that me and Ems have been famously known to do. Alright, so where's Fly Rat? Okay, Cyber Rat. Love you. You good? Well, you don't need to teleport anymore, and I also don't need you to fly. I need you to just have good rat times. Alright. Where's my buddy? Alright. You are not a teleporter anymore. You're just a happy guy. But you know how you move? You fly. Hang on. Oh, damn it, corpse! fucking corpse just flies off into the distance. Sorry, corpse. Alright. Excuse me, where's my friends? There we go. Jogigolo. You move by flying. Yeah, you are my buddy. Alright. Yeah, Artsy Poe, like, thank you. My dumbass would have absolutely fell apart on this one. Okay, so first things first, get me over there, so we can listen to Ish. Then...
Hello, it's Saxon from HR. If I sound weird, it's because I'm on a laptop. Now, I'm joining these commentaries because, as of recent events, Mr. Gilder and Ms. Evelyn need a third party present at all times. But to be candid with you, I'm excited. Video games seem like such fun. Now, who wants to go first?
Fine. You nerds want some actual behind-the-scenes crap?
Listeners, it's not what you're thinking.
What? A sex thing? Please, I could shut that down in my sleep. Last week, this sad old man tried to adopt me, based on some truly choice assumptions that I will not further dignify.
You said your game clan was your real family. I didn't...
He called in HR, by the way, not me. I just got out of my chair, and Starfather ran like a little girl.
Ms. Evelyn, look, the fault lies with Mr. Gilder, but we do need to talk about your casual misogyny.
Cut. Gentlemen, I know tensions are high on the team right now, but you have to look me in the eye and promise not to put that in the game. No, look me in the eye and swear.
About that. Okay, so we have whirlybirds.
I gotta admit, boss, I wouldn't have thought of that. Ghost a bastard now, while you still can.
Okay. Time to edit a Sky Bastard.
What? Hello? Did I just get killed? I'm in God mode! Monsters shouldn't see me, she said out loud like a crazy woman. Better call an IT guy. Oh, hey, an IT guy. Okay.
IT Pro.
Creepy. A while? I could have you Remember Coda. He works here. Hourly. He's a fan like you.
It's not E3, sorry, it's E. It's not E3,
Yeah,
it's
thanks.
E4, my apologies.
How'd you make your colors do that? Also, why?
I remember asking someone in Doom 3 how they had rainbow text for their name. Stay with me. Okay, leave the overworld and travel to the public demo. So this is a lot of story, and we won't go into the final part of this because... Oh, Dragonator, come on in. Boy, do I have a tale for you. But I do want to show you this part because this is some powerful shit right here. And I do recommend playing this game yourself. I have played it a lot, so I cleared the early section in about 3 hours. But you can take your time. There is so much to this world that you haven't seen tonight. And we're not going to be doing the final section because it's poetically poignant, but it's very time-consuming. Anyway, we're going to E4.
Finally back. Grand. Are you I don't have time to reboot here. I'll just shut down and finish the demo at E4. I have to get to the expo hall before everyone anyway, so... Okay, E4 is happening, and I am calm. I'm hours late, and I'm still the first one here. Of course. Come on. No, I do not wish to calibrate the motion control camera. This is the backstage machine. Yes. I need the audio so I can, think aloud. This is our demo machine. This is our fastest box. Any day now.
This gives me fucking flashbacks to E3, so don't even worry about it.
You made it. Well done. You are the most hardcore fans on the forums. I risked giving you early access keys because we need to work fast. You know the plan. Think of the man Starfather used to be. Make the demo good enough to fool him. Good. Now sign off and get in line. I need you in your seats.
Coda! You did all this yourself? You might get us best of show. You know, in the script I've been calling the Messiah baby a son. Now I'm thinking, daughter. I'll see you at E4.
Yep, just drive fast, okay? I have to start letting the crowd in. Over here. Where is my phone? Hello? Hey, yes. Connect me to security at the keynote auditorium, please. Yes, this is Coda Solis with the Magic Circle.
So, the God's little show is about making this world seem real, as long as you look but don't touch. But I know them. When they con that crowd out of yet more cash, they will get cold feet and start all over again. I'll be stuck here till the stars die. But if we can monkey wrench their demo from the inside, shame them in public, the crowd might demand a new boss. Hint, hint. Even a joke deserves an ending, right? Their big pitch to the press and all of their fans is on in 5. Oh,
Those specific guests are to receive the VIP seats I specified. Press can sit with everyone else. Thank you. Okay, one last test. Ish and Maze walk down the hall, blah, 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 applause. He asks Maze for her fake baby, and then I just hit this, and every fan in the crowd bears witness to the complete game that was stolen from them. Toggle, toggle. Okay, ready.
The password is remember
Hey,
limiter.
hey, no, what's... That IT guy is an idiot. No, 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 why can't I move?
Employee ID, Viking blonde.
Now it's moving on its own? Who's controlling this?
Coda, having some trubs?
The demo machine, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, dang, that's just crazy pants, Coda. Did you try turning on the motion control camera?
No? You think it has to register the sword? Fine. Maze, what did you do? The controls
This, by the
will
way,
respond.
is brilliant.
Ready, Coda? Or should I call you Star Daughter? Ew, no, withdrawn. Oh, listen to them. E4. The great Hydra is upon us. Now, Coda, you'll be back here on that demo machine in case anything goes wrong, right? Coda, something I need to know?
No.
Maze?
No.
Remember, Maze, play nice out there, or I make the speech. And Coda retains your brand rights.
How genius is this for a low-budget way to do realistic
you wanted to show the world the old sci-fi
performances?
look, then what? Pass out pitchforks?
The stolen world was the ideal setting, but we can lose it if we must. You're the story, Maze.
You say you stand for all players, but look, at least one has their own ideas, and now it's their turn.
Maze, please. An imaginary friend. You were good once, near perfect. But we've run the theory craft on every possible state of play, okay? We are the fan community, and you gave us nothing but time. Now, we could abuse your brand, ruin your name, but we want to redeem you. Just play along, and when Ish asks for your fake baby to become the next Starfather, look him in the eye and put it to the sword. We've all heard him practicing this speech. He'll quit in disgust and pass on the magic circle to me, to us.
Coda, come on. The game industry straight up knifes a baby for PR? You say you're a fan, but this will kill the game. Maybe all games. I never say this crap, but for real, do you even play?
Honey, when this is over, I will teach you my game. But I don't think you would like it. It takes such a long time to play, and in the end, everyone wins.
I know you're there, whoever you are. She doesn't see you as a threat. Thing is, if I get to that baby, and it's my only option, just don't make me take it.
Don't worry, we got you.
Looks like this demo starts with a hero. Not you, boss. A fake hero, walking through a castle to meet his royal baby. The intern wants her lady boss to murder that baby live on stage. But if the crowd sees that, I guarantee that this world gets shut down, and me with it. So, I'm gonna hide out in that baby's head to make sure it survives. You've come this far to help me. You'll find another way to bring the house down, right?
Well, hello, E4 crowd.
All right.
Again. After these shows, one of you always asks, what is the magic circle? It's an old idea. I draw a line around any given space, call it roundish, and inside it, we agree on new rules of behavior for the fun of it. The result we call a game. Turns out it's harder than it sounds. I know how long you've waited. Some of you have been fans since the text adventure. But everything ends. Even Starfather. Oh, you like that? Take it easy on an old man's ego. But it's true. This demonstration is about legacy. I never had kids, you know, so I was convinced I couldn't give up the magic circle to anyone new. How could anyone understand it like I do?
I'm just gonna let Ish
Till
talk.
I met Coda Solis. Oh, you know her? Honestly, I wasn't expecting that. But she's the one who helped me finish
Work
this
smarter,
game.
not harder.
Thanks to her, your long wait is over. And we're about to prove it to you. And my assistant here, or should I say, the infamous Maze Evelyn.
Hi. I'm supposed to say that even though the latest kickbacker failed, if you like what you see here today, then we urge you to help fund the
Baby
project
with a
on our
rail
page
gun.
and patronize. And now, I get to shut up, because everyone knows the hero doesn't talk.
Maze will be taking on the role of a male hero tonight for the purpose of our little story. She spent hours playing the magic circle, and the game has rewarded her with a child. That's right. A daughter, born entirely of Maze's choices in the world of the circle. No other experience offers a child who learns from you as this one does, unscripted and dynamically generated by our proprietary system. It inherits all we know about her, about you, as a player. Let's get started, shall we? Into character. Hero, are you ready to make good our
Yeah,
pact?
flying baby with a
You have
railgun.
but hours
Dragonor
more.
again. Thank you for
Your
the rating.
child will pass beyond the stars and begin our training.
If you're not drinking,
Let's
friends,
get
you
this
might want to
over
get
with.
one. This is.
Then let us make haste to your wife's chamber. Didn't know we were showing off combat tonight, Maze. But that's how you know that we're unscripted here, ladies and gents. Hero, perhaps you should slay any more of those we encounter. There seem to be traitors in your midst, and we cannot risk the life of the babe. We arrive, hero. When this act is done, the world of the circle will ne'er be the same. Are you ready?
Not really, but this is me, heroically walking.
Maze, what the hell? Stop this!
What do you want me to do?
Stop laughing! Listen, this wasn't supposed to happen. This isn't my story. Stop it! Don't you understand this is
I've
not
seen
a
this
comedy?
5 times and it
This is
doesn't
my
stop
life's
being
work.
funny.
You don't care about any of this, do you? You're just here to hear a train wreck. Who did this?
I saw that whole thing from the baby's eye view. I haven't laughed in 15 years. Thank you.
The irony being is I would buy the shit out of that game.
Coda, you? Why kill my baby other than to hurt me?
I told you, your work is the great love of my life. I love it so much, I'm going to save it from you.
Okay, Coda, that's enough.
Call security? They think this is all just another PR stunt. But please, allow me.
Coda? Are you threatening me with a toy laser beam?
This is not a toy. This is a limited edition, molded resin Securitron figurine with inbuilt laser sight. You gave it to me when I was 6. Don't remember? Best day of my life, till now.
I forgot I was on camera for a
You
second.
handed one
there.
to each of us after we
Sorry,
waited
all.
in line for days to see the Magic Circle's first gameplay demo. You know, the one set in space, which no one ever got to play. Incidentally, many of those same people waited in line to be here today. As you said, the object I'm aiming at your heart is just a novelty collectible. But Ish, look. It's dark out there, in the crowd. How much are you willing to bet that all your fans are so harmless?
Coda, the old man is scared of you now. Happy? Make your demands.
This is an open letter from all of us. Lord Starfather, we will always love and remember you. We will take care to do your character justice. Ishmael Gilder, you failed us for 20 years. We have access to your sequel script, and right now, there exist 6 superior works of fan fiction. We now do a better job of writing like classic you than you do. We want the Magic Circle made public domain. Let us finish the game and release it for free. We are your fans. For 20 years, we supported you. We believed in you. And we deserved better. Now get the fuck out of our way.
I see. At last, the player has spoken. Very well. The second I step off this stage, the Magic Circle is yours. All of you. Maze, Coda, and you. Yes, you.
That's us.
Whoever you are behind that screen, I know what you are now. You are control itself. You are that which plays us all. I can feel you there, hovering over the button to silence me forever. And why? Because we convinced you of your God-given right to do it. Well, what are you waiting for? Staying here means listening to an old man shout doom. And don't you need to get back to your story? Push it. I dare you.
Can you understand now why the
No.
why the Blackout Club was so good? Look at what they're
Well,
able to
then
do
call this your moment of clarity.
with so little.
Because control is your opiate, my friend. And we got you hooked. Strung you out on the stuff for your entire waking lives. Maybe you think it matters what you play. No! Be it the gritty reboot of Cops and Robbers, or the pansexual mystery hour, it
Which I
was
would also
we
play.
who offered it a guilt-free alternative to all the gray and fathomless contours of the real goddamn world. Oh, we tell ourselves we're letting you seek meaning on your terms, via the sublime grammar of experience. For decades, we shouted games, goddammit. When the soul speaks, it is not stated, it is lived. But in truth, we just want an excuse to peddle a tame reality, a universe you can bring to heel. We tell you that, yes, you are the chosen one. Yes, you can achieve a perfect ratio of wins to losses. Yes, any problem of any scale can be solved with enough cash time energy. Any imbalance of power can be ushered into final equilibrium. And above all that, the world needs you to do it. You! To shepherd us to that ideal and optimal and ultimate endgame, the win which justifies all you have lost to reach it. Even now, you don't see me. All you see is the latest time trial, the next puzzle challenge, the final boss. But it was I who tempted you to take control, and now you have. So I lost the right to be shocked when over 20 years I announced some trivial change to my life's work and you sent death threats to my door. What right do I have to cry foul now when you rise up as one to simply solve me? So what now? Should I say you win? Congratulations? When at last you push that goddamn button and seize control of my story, someone will sell you the next. The time we've stolen will never be recovered. That void in you, which was meant to contain your life on Earth, remains. And that's it. It's over. They've all filed out. It's just you, me, and the invisible wall.
Yup.
Well then, you're in charge now. Push the button. Fill in the blanks. What do I do next? Push the button. Tell us how it all ends. Push the button. Come on, this is euthanasia now. Just hit that goddamn button. You want me to beg? Fine. I beg you, don't make me stand here alone, floating in this loveless vacuum, wondering when the final tether will snap. Please. Please. Just push the damn button. Push the button! Push the button.
That's as much of the speech as he has. And the thing is that there's parts of this that are so evocative of the famous dragon speech, also from GDC. And he represents, like, the abject... the absolute darkest way to look at video games as a whole, from someone whose life has been given to and ultimately broken by. You know, we don't hear from people like this because once they step off the stage, it's not their story anymore. You don't hear from creatives that are gone, creatives that no longer operate in the space because we don't give them heed. And that is very powerful. Now, we're not going to be doing the next bit.
That's what a god's last breath sounds like. SOB has some lungs on him. His kind have always been scared of you, boss. Couldn't accept that this world was never about him.
Yep.
Don't let him shake you. He's wanted to make that speech for years. Quitting was the only real decision he ever made.
And Amos, we'll touch that in a second. This
Hear
is
this,
very
Coda?
funny.
How do I turn on the echo? Here we are. Hear this, Coda, and your so-called fan community. As of now, the Magic Circle is open source. Anyone who wishes to contribute to its development may enter and do so.
But wait.
But before I go, I have a new game for you. The rules are easy to learn, for they are an exact mirror of reality.
Oh, look at all these builds. All these
The
players.
electric bill strikes in less than 1 week from today. It pays for those servers, without which our tools just don't work. So, unless one of you generates a playable experience by then, and sells that game for enough to pay that bill, it all goes dark, kids. The first person to ship a game wins, and will retain creative approval on all future titles. See, there's always a sequel. You will, in effect, have my job. I would say have fun with that, but I think you've had quite enough. Coda, all yours. Let them in!
He did it. He quit the world. I'm the closest thing he'll ever have to a kid, and he never knew I was a... What's that?
Welcome. Welcome, friends, to the Magic Circle. Now, I know Starfather's conditions may seem daunting at first, but a short timeline was always part of our playbook on the forums. We have our own script, we have a focused feature set, and a massive team. Together, we can do this. I know the tools. Let me guide you to the full realization of our vision before we have to pay that bill. No, don't you see? We've already won. There's no contest. You don't have to compete. That's what he wants. Can't you see? Damn it, stop playing around. You don't understand. It's not just a game anymore. It's not just a game.
He threw in the
Boss,
last
you heard him. At least some piece of this world has to get finished and sent out in order for me to escape. And these freaks wouldn't trust them to finish a sentence. Gotta be you. Get out of here. Find a safe place to build.
Now, I do need to bring our stream to a close because it's like 3:30 in the morning here. But
I'm going back to where we met. Find me there.
the thing about the Magic Circle is it says brutal, honest truths about video
There's
games
only one
and the
way
creation
out.
of.
Shut it all down. If you're not gonna make a move, I will.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Well, with all that going on in the overworld, this is the only safe place left.
Hold that thought.
So, you know I want out. But I also wanted you to build something of your own, which meant going elbow deep in the guts of the cosmos and figuring it all out for yourself, without much help from me.
And Maniac, good morning to you.
And after seeing the handiwork of the old gods, can you blame me? The creation game needs new blood. Well, enough talk. Let's see what you got.
Okay. So we're not going to be going any further than this, but mainly because the next section is quite lengthy, but the Magic Circle is a game that ends on such a message of hope. See, of the 3 great games about video games, the Hex, the Beginner's Guide, and the Magic Circle, the Hex is about taking responsibility for your creations. The Beginner's Guide is the struggle between the wish to be perceived and not, the wish for acclaim and the wish to quietly create without fear of review or reproach. The Magic Circle is the very real art of creation, what it takes from you, what it costs. And so the E3 demo, or E4, that's the big final boss, right? You use all the tools that you've learned video game-wise to create a scenario which balks the demo. You know, I went for a pretty easy build. I was trying to think clever, but, you know, several glasses of wine in. So I just made the baby a helicopter railgun murder machine. Oh, and I made the guards nerds as well. This point is about you creating. What happens from here is that the old pro literally gives you, admittedly, hyper simplified, but gives you a mock game engine, and you will make a playable demo of the Magic Circle. You see, the Magic Circle doesn't just turn the mirror on players and go, well, you don't know how hard it is. And it doesn't point the finger at creatives and go, look at these stuck-up people set in their ways. Boy, the game industry sure does suck. This game ends on the note of, wow, making a game is wonderful and lovely. When you're creating the game, you have the old pro play through your creation, and he gives you reviews. He reviews it based on engagement, reward, and again, it's a hyper simplification. And the ending credit scene is Coda, who's gone back to being a live streamer, playing through your demo and giving you like a their viewers a walkthrough of your creation. The Magic Circle is so important because the last message is you could do it. You can do it. And what you can make can be good and can create something wonderful. I think that's something incredibly powerful, and it's why I come back to this, you know? Yes, as I said earlier, tonight's been a stream mostly as like a comfort food thing. It's a comfort game, you know? I'm very much done stressing about E3. E3, fuck. I'm not going to E3. Me stressing about GDC. But this is a wonderful reminder of why those who make games make them. Why you should try making something, no matter how small. Not so that you might look upon the old gods and go, boy, sure they had it tough, but so that you might experience a little snippet of the joy of making something. And alright, so...
Think of your world like a body, and you gotta pick what its bones look like. Each piece got its own purpose and fits with the next one.
Okay, so from my
Like
last
the skull.
playthrough, this is my creation.
1 is functional, 2 could be charming, 10 is just a shitty album cover.
So, you have a limited amount of resources. There is a limited amount of pieces you can put in the world. There's a limited number of like NPCs you can add. You can tweak the story and the rewards. You make sure the player has just enough health that they survive, but they don't die. And this is where the game ends. Now, again, this is my previous creation. This did take me a while to put together. And I really hope you pick up this game, friends. I want you to pick up this game, and I want you to go through this part, make something all your own, and really experience that, you know? I mean, shit, if you've known me even for a little bit, you know that I don't make these recommendations lightly. And if you've never made a game, if you've never encountered anyone from the games industry, this is simultaneously a raw, honest story about the real cost, and also a tale of hope. Like, the feeling this game leaves you with is, oh shit, we can all do this. And it's not even spiteful. It doesn't even say, we are the new gods now. You know, death to the old gods. It says that, no, let them fight. But you are capable of making something that affects someone with all the challenges and the constraints that comes from making something like this. I mean, Artsy Pile, I'd never speak for people who can actually like draw and craft art in that regard, but that feels right. Poe was saying it reminds them of the tale of how some people will look at art and go, I can do that? And someone doing a piece of art in a style they hated and finding the joy and the muse in that style of creation, yeah. And you can absolutely see how this is the team that made the Blackout Club. All economy of art, economy of creation. Let's see here. Okay. I'm going to say goodnight because it's 3:45 and I said I was going to go to bed 40 minutes ago. But, friends, thank you so much. Thank you for keeping a stressed out bloke company on a Wednesday night. And for coming through a journey that I love and playing it again. Oh, Krill, I forgot that wonderful quote. Sorry, Ron Gilbert once said, I wanted to make adventure games because I hated adventure games. I love that. So, to those of you who are, go get some sleep. I'm going to try and have a wonderful rest of your night. To the rest of you, beautiful lot, have a wonderful day. And again, this was a lot artier than I intended to be, one of our first Longship After Darks, but very grateful for it. you know what, Alnus, that's a wonderful point to leave it, is that one of the strongest things that you can do to rag on these stale AAA creatives, it's not to make long drawn-out videos where you nasally use the term AAA, it's to make something yourself. Because here's the thing, you know what? Most of those individuals, if you sat them down with a game engine and nothing else, I don't think they could do what you can do. So anyway, friends, have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you again to, Glamlord, Heroes of the People, Dan Jones, and everybody that brought raids in on my very strange evening. I'm extremely grateful. Tomorrow I'm just going to be screaming loudly a lot as we play King of the Castle. So it's going to be a very different vibe in the morning. But all of you, thank you so much, right? Alright. I mean, I would say I'll see you tomorrow, but I'll see you later tonight.